Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 6th International Conference between Trinity Western University in Canada and Stella Maris College in India. Our conference theme this year is Leading Innovation, Economy, Education, and Environmental Stewardship. We're proud to host this event in collaboration with our valued institutional partner, Stella Maris College in Chennai, as part of their Jubilee celebrations, commemorating the completion of 75 years of championing women's education in India. Stella Maris College today embodies innovation in women's education, leadership, and women's empowerment. Please join me as we congratulate Stella Maris on 75 years of service. At this moment, I am pleased to welcome Sister Susan to give a blessing over the conference. Sister Susan holds the key position as the Secretary of Stella Maris College. She's an inspiring figure, exerting influence and leadership on the college's administration and the spiritual ethos of the institution.
Let's ask God to bless us and this conference. Dear God, we praise and thank you for gathering us for this conference, TWU and SMC Annual Leadership Conference on Innovations, Economy, Education, and Environmental Stewardship. Bless both the institutions, its faculty and its management. We ask you to bless all those who have taken the trouble to plan this annual conference meticulously and bless this conference with success. Bless the key persons of the two institutions. Dr. Mark Husbands, President and Vice Chancellor of TWU, who will also give the keynote address. Professor Philip Laird, Vice President, TWU, and Dr. Sister Rosie Joseph, Principal, Stella Maris College, for their valuable contribution towards organization of this conference. We ask you to bless Professor Jonathan Michael, who is the conference host. Bless all the professors, all the participants, that they may have a very enriching experience. Bless the speakers, Professor Patnaik, economist, who will give the inaugural address, and Dr. Renuka Rathanathan, Dean Research and International Innovations, SMC, who will speak on forging through innovations. Bless all the speakers of this conference, especially the students of Stella Maris College and the panelists from college. Once again, we ask you, Lord, to bless this conference, all the resource persons, the organizers, and all the participants. Please make it an enriching experience for everyone. At this moment, we also pray for all the people who have been affected by heavy rains and floods in this Chennai, in Tamil Nadu, and the adjoining states. May they all receive the relief material which is essential for them. We ask all this in your own precious name. Amen. I wish all the success for this conference. May God bless you.
Thank you, Sister Susan. Let's welcome Dr. Sister Rosie Joseph, Principal of Stella Maris College, who serves as a dynamic and motivational leader of the institution, nurturing an inclusive learning community and inspiring thousands of young women to becoming empowering world leaders. Dr. Joseph, please open your camera now and turn on your microphone to provide the welcome address.
Good evening and good morning to everyone. I'm extremely privileged to welcome you to the 6th International Conference on Leadership and Innovation, jointly hosted by Trinity Western University in Canada and Stella Maris College in India. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome all our distinguished speakers for the event. I am delighted to extend a special word of welcome to our inaugural speaker, Professor Prabhat Patnaik, renowned economist, Dr. Mark Husbands, President of Trinity Western University, Dr. Philip Lloyd, Vice President, Trinity Western University, Ms. Patricia Victor, Dr. Imbensi George, and many other renowned experts and dignitaries from across the world. I'm extremely happy to extend a warm welcome to the students, faculty, and all the participants from across the world. We are proud to host this event in collaboration with our valued institutional partner, Trinity Western University, Canada, who have magnanimously shared and contributed to the enhancement of academic resource, knowledge, and research at the Stella Maris College, leveraging our academic cooperation, especially in the fields of innovation and leadership. We are excited to share our joy in celebrating our Jubilee commemoration of completing our 75 years of women's education and empowering women as world leaders. The Stella Maris College is managed by the Franciscan Missionaries of Mary, and at this time, it seems appropriate to acknowledge the inspiration we receive as environment stewards from our patron saint, Saint Francis of Assisi, who was a phenomenal spiritual promoter and protector of ecology and environment. We are today reflecting on the relevant factors and concerns related to economy, education, and environmental stewardship within the context of the global pandemic. Through innovation, we hope to recreate and witness a positive resurgence and development in these areas for the future. I'm looking forward to the global conversations that will emerge from the conference, and I'm sure we will all receive new insights and perspectives from the global leaders and stewards of economy, education, and environment. I wish you all the very best, and God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Sister Rosie Joseph. Now I'm honored to introduce our inaugural speaker for today's conference. Professor Prabhat Patnaik is an Indian economist and a political commentator. He taught at the Center for Economic Studies and Planning in the School of Social Sciences at Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi, at the University of Cambridge, and the University of London. He runs a blog called International Development Economics Associates, which is a pluralist network of progressive economists across the world, engaged in research, teaching, and dissemination of critical analysis of economic policy and development. He has several published books and research papers to his credit. In his inaugural address, Professor Patnaik will be speaking on the case for economic rights as a fundamental right in India. Dr. Patnaik, please open your camera and turn on your microphone for your speech.
Thank you very much. Dr. Rosie Joseph, Dr. Mark Husband, Sister Susan, Dr. Renuka Rajaratnam, assembled guests, members of the faculty, students of Stella Maris College, ladies and gentlemen. I feel highly privileged to have been asked to deliver the inaugural address to this international conference. The theme of this conference is innovations in the realm of the economy and education in the post-pandemic world. And what I would like to emphasize is innovation in a particular sphere, which, at least in the Indian context, is extremely important, which is a constitutional change that is required to introduce, in addition to the fundamental political rights that the Constitution gives us, a set of fundamental economic rights. The period of the pandemic has been a traumatic one for the people of this country. In fact, large number of people died during the pandemic, far many more than official figures admit. And even among those who survived the pandemic, there was a real distress caused by the lockdown and the closure of production units associated with this pandemic. We have seen pictures of hundreds of thousands of people trekking on roads back to their villages, denied income, denied work, and denied shelter. As a matter of fact, unlike in other countries, say in the United States, where during the period of pandemic, there was a ban, a complete prohibition on landlords evicting tenants. Here you had a situation where a person could be evicted with immediately upon not having an income and therefore not being able to pay the rent. As a result, lots of people lost their homes and had to trudge back to their villages. Now, this distressing situation, this acutely distressing situation, was caused by the fact that there was very little help from the state that was forthcoming. Unlike in the United States, where even President Trump, who's not known to be a friend of the poor, nonetheless had a rescue cum relief package immediately announced, which was about $2 trillion, that is roughly 10% of the US GDP. And in Germany, for instance, where the rescue and relief package was about 5% of the GDP, in India, the rescue cum relief package was no more than about 1% of GDP. As a result, you found that people, this notwithstanding the demands made by almost every economist of note in the country to provide during this period at least 3 months of income per household to every household, as was the case, for instance, in United States and other advanced countries. But none of it occurred. Now, why it did not occur, to what extent it was the fault of the international lending institutions like the IMF, which normally have ceilings on fiscal deficits that a country can have, and to what extent it was the fault of the government of India in not pushing to the limit the amount of assistance that it could in fact provide, even at the expense of displeasing financial institutions, is a matter which I would not like to discuss here. But what is true is the acute distress of the people. No matter who was responsible, how we apportion blame, the point is that people, as a matter of fact, had, underwent a period of acute distress. Now, this distress, even though it was exemplified by the pandemic in a particularly acute and magnified form, is a distress that has afflicted them for a very, very long time. As a matter of fact, after independence in 1947, we can distinguish broadly between two different periods. The first period was one which was before economic liberalization, where, in a certain sense, the state felt duty-bound to provide some succor, some help to the poorest of the poor, to everybody. But during that period, you, as a matter of fact, found that people's consumption of basic necessities inched up. If I can go back to history, at the beginning of the 20th century, roughly around 1900, the per capita availability of food grains in India was about 200 kilograms per year. By the time of independence in 1947, it had dropped precipitously by over 25% to less than 150 kilograms per year. In some years, it was even 136 kilograms. But even if you discount that, because that includes the effects of the partition and so on, you actually found that it had gone down to less than 150 kilograms per person per year. Then, with great effort, the per capita food grain availability or absorption was pushed up in post-independence India to reach about 180 kilograms broadly by the end of the 1980s. That is the end of the first phase, when, as I said, the state was obliged to provide some succor to the poor, and as a matter of fact, the consumption of the poor probably inched up. We don't exactly know how exactly this 180 kilograms was distributed, but when we look at calorie consumption data, we find that there was no worsening of the proportion of population below a certain calorie norm, and no increase in the proportion. Therefore, one can actually infer that there was some improvement, perhaps in the condition of the very poorest. But on the other hand, in the period of neoliberal policy, even though there was a remarkable increase in the rate of growth of the gross domestic product, you find that, as a matter of fact, the per capita food grain absorption, as a matter of fact, went down immediately from 180 kilograms, as I mentioned earlier, to about 164, 165 kilograms. And then, even though it came up a little later, nonetheless, it still is below 180. It's about 177 kilograms just before the pandemic. So if that is the case, and of course within that there would be distribution in favor of the better off people, redistribution, then you'd find that the poorer segments of the population have perhaps become absolutely worse off. Now, for this to, and this is very clear when we also look at the calorie consumption data. In India, poverty is defined strictly by a calorie norm. And the calorie norm is 2,200 calories per person per day in rural India, and 2,100 calories per person per day in urban India. If you look at the proportion of people falling below this norm, then the proportion increases from 58% in 1993-4 to 68% in 2011-12, long before the pandemic. Likewise, in urban India, the proportion increases from 57% to 65%. Now, this basically suggests that the distress of the people, which was increasing over time, was of course made absolutely acute by the pandemic. But on the other hand, this distress cannot just be attributed to the fact of the pandemic alone. On the contrary, this is something which has been a long-standing phenomenon in the Indian economy and the Indian society. Now, therefore, it would follow that we cannot rely on the discretion of the state to provide people with a certain essential minimum material comfort. That the discretion of the state is something which is completely, I mean, it fails us in crucial matters. And this despite the fact that the economy has been growing rapidly. India was considered an emerging superpower, economic superpower, and the growth of the economy has, of course, slowed down of late. But as I mentioned, even when the economy's growth was very high, prior to even 2011-12, there was nonetheless an increase in the people's magnitude of deprivation. So and this is because, as I mentioned, the state was no longer obliged to provide everybody with a minimum standard of living, because it was basically felt that there would be a trickle-down effect of the high growth, which would reach everybody, and no special efforts need to be made. I know that one big exception to this, which has really stood the country in good stead, is the MGNREGS, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, which is currently being starved of funds, but which nonetheless is something which was a great help to the poor people. It was an employment guarantee scheme. But of course, the figures I just quoted are figures that even take into account the impact of the MGNREGS. One can imagine that in the absence of the MGNREGS, there would have been an even worse condition as far as the people are concerned. Now, this may appear surprising in a country which prides itself upon being a democracy, because after all, if you have a democracy where people are sovereign, then how can this happen to people that even after 70 odd years of independence, they are still at a level of consumption where India's position is 101 in the World Hunger Index? How is it possible? I would say that really democracy should not be defined only in terms of the people electing governments once in 5 years, because during the time of elections, all kinds of passions can be aroused, all kinds of events can be thrust to the forefront, which immediately take attention away from these basic lingering problems of the economy. And therefore, you may have a government coming into being, but elected on issues very different from issues of quotidian life, issues of bread and butter. Therefore, democracy must be strengthened by having certain institutional safeguards. And the safeguard I would suggest is really a set of fundamental economic rights. These would be universal, justiciable, constitutionally guaranteed. Now, of course, you would ask the question that in a society in which even when people have the right to vote, they don't actually get to see any notable improvement in their material conditions of life. What is there to make sure that actually, what is there to ensure that actually such rights would be instituted? How they would be instituted, the mechanics of it is something I do not wish to go into. I would like to leave with you the thought that basically to make our democracy meaningful, we must extend the range of fundamental rights guaranteed in the Constitution from political rights to economic rights as well. I would suggest, for a start, of course, one can have a large number of economic rights, but I would suggest, for a start, just 5 basic economic rights. One is the right to food. The other is the right to employment, failing which a person should be given a wage. This is obviously on the presumption that if a person is unemployed, then that unemployment is not the person's own fault, but is because of the inability of society, of the social arrangement to provide employment to that particular person. The right to free, quality education, at least up to the higher secondary level for every Indian, for every individual, the right to free quality healthcare like through a kind of national health service, which therefore the state would be obliged to provide, as in UK and other countries, and of course the right to old age pension and disability benefits. You would be amazed to know that the old age pension at this moment is just a couple of ₹100 a month, while this is just pittance. This is just a kind of, trivial amount. While really speaking, the old age pension should be at least non-contributory, by the way, non-contributory old age pension should be, and universal. It should be at least about, at the current price is ₹3,000 per month. Now, these are rights which would then make every Indian feel that he or she is a part of the society, that being a citizen of this polity is something which is a privilege, because this society provides you with a certain minimum, and therefore your commitment is to this society and to this polity. Whenever the question of rights is raised, the immediate response that you come across is that, but how can we afford to provide all these rights? I made some calculations in this regard. By the way, from this, the conclusion is drawn, which is drawn by many liberal philosophers like Dworkin, who argue that a right that that is not within the capacity of the state to provide is really not a right at all, and therefore there is no point even legislating on such a right. But on the other hand, what I wish to argue is that firstly, the argument of people like Dworkin actually then makes the question of rights subservient to the social arrangement. Rather, it should be the other way around, that social arrangements must be made subservient to the needs of the people. Whatever is the social arrangement within which the needs of the people can be fulfilled is the social arrangement we have to have, rather than the needs of the people being made secondary to the social arrangement. Secondly, when you actually look at the resources required for implementing these rights, you find that those resources are very much available in the country, within the powers of the state to garner them. Now, the 5 rights which I have talked about, namely to recapitulate the right to food, so that everybody is given a certain amount of food at the subsidized price at which the BPL population, below poverty line population, currently gets it. This is made general for everybody. A right to employment, failing wage, there has to be a wage payment, which is almost as much as a full wage, or perhaps an unemployment allowance that may be 10%, 20% lower than the full wage. Thirdly, a right to universal, free, publicly provided education, at least up to higher secondary level. Fourthly, a right to free, publicly provided healthcare along a national health service for everybody. And fifthly, the institution of old age pension and disability payments for the old and the handicapped. Now, if you institute these rights, then a calculation which I made suggests that you would require, mind you, on these issues, already a certain amount of money is being earmarked from the budget under various heads. In addition to whatever is coming from the budget, you would require about 10% additional amount of the GDP, of the gross domestic product. So if you provide 10% of the GDP over and above whatever is being provided at the moment, then you would find that these 5 rights can actually be implemented. Now, 10% of GDP is something which can be raised by just 2 taxes. One tax is a wealth tax, which does not, it just virtually does not exist in India, a wealth tax of 2% on only on the top 1% of the country's population, which has seen an enormous increase in its wealth. And secondly, if you have a wealth tax, this wealth tax must always be supplemented by an inheritance tax. Obviously, otherwise people are going to distribute their wealth among all kinds of relatives and children and grandchildren, and to escape the wealth tax. Therefore, the wealth tax has to be supplemented by an inheritance tax. If you have a 2% wealth tax and a 1/3 inheritance tax, in that case, only on the top 1% of the population, only on the top 1% of the population, you would be able to raise 10% of the country's GDP, and that would be quite enough to convert India into a welfare state that actually provides these 5 guaranteed economic rights. Now, let me say a little bit about the inheritance tax. 1/3 inheritance tax on whatever is passed down by any person is, as a matter of fact, lower than the inheritance tax that prevails in most advanced capitalist countries, including Japan and so on. Now, this is because the philosophy of capitalism is, really speaking, opposed to inheritance, because the philosophy of capitalism suggests that a capitalist is a capitalist because he has some specific qualities. It can be innovativeness, it can be thriftiness. Different theories, different schools of thought emphasize different qualities characterizing a capitalist. Now, if you have, therefore, a capitalist who has these qualities, then that capitalist is welcome to make profits, build up wealth, and so on. But on the other hand, his children and grandchildren have to prove that they too have these qualities. And of course, therefore, for them to inherit the wealth and thereby enjoy a certain life without showing these qualities is opposed to the philosophy of capitalism, which is why most advanced capitalist countries have very high levels of inheritance tax. And if you have just these 2 taxes, 2% wealth tax and a 1/3 inheritance tax, which is imposed only on the top 1% of the population, you'd be able to raise 10% of GDP, which would be quite enough to finance these 5 fundamental economic rights that I have been talking about. That you see, this is something which, therefore, the country can well afford. The point is not that we cannot afford it. What is required is the strength of political will and the mobilization of the people to demand these rights so that they can be incorporated into the constitution and thereby convert India into a genuine democratic welfare state. There is an argument against rights, which is sometimes presented from the left, namely that, rights are still individual, while the whole idea should be to build up a brotherhood of mankind, a kind of collective sense of belonging. And therefore, insisting on individual rights is something which is against that kind of building up of a collective consciousness, sense of belonging together and so on. But the point is that in the very process of struggle for these rights, we would be able to bring people together. All of us can together struggle for these rights, and therefore, even as individual rights are attained, there would be a sense of collective belonging that would get built up. In other words, the achievement of individual rights is itself possible only through a collective effort, and that collective effort is what would bring about a sense of collective belonging, even in the process of achieving individual rights. Therefore, I would suggest that when we are thinking in terms of the innovations in the post-pandemic world, it's time for us to take stock of the acute misery and distress to which people were subjected during the pandemic, and for that reason, to have this innovation of introducing a set of fundamental economic rights. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik, for your speech, and we appreciate you taking the time to do that. As Trinity Western University's 5th president and vice chancellor, now we have Dr. Mark Husbands, who brings with him a lifetime of theological scholarship and proven leadership acumen. Motivated to help students connect their faith and learning to their deepest needs and challenges of the world, Dr. Husbands has enriched the lives of many students through his over 20 years of teaching and academic leadership. Committed to integrating faith and reason, he has published 6 edited volumes demonstrating the intellectual, ecclesial, and moral significance of the theology of Karl Barth, world Christianity, and political and moral theology. Under Dr. Husband's leadership, Trinity Western has launched a brand new center for calling and career development to help equip every graduate for lives of significant impact. In May 2021, TWU was awarded a prestigious international award to advance research engaging science, religion, and societal issues, and to enhance diversity among STEM faculty. In August 2021, the university received the provincial government's approval to offer its very first PhD program, launching TWU into new realms of academic excellence. It's our great honor now to welcome Dr. Mark Husbands to speak on the topic, the agile, innovative, and student-focused Christian University. We invite Dr. Husbands now to turn on his microphone and camera at this time and screen share his presentation to the attendees at the conference. Dr. Husbands, the podium is yours.
Thank you very much for the privilege of bringing you this brief reflection upon the topic of an agile, innovative, and student-focused Christian university. This is also an occasion to recognize that you are having a 75th Jubilee celebration at Stella Maris College. And in order to join in with the joy of this celebration, I thought I would wear a bow tie. So my hope is that you'll not only learn new and interesting things through this address, but that you'll be encouraged to think more deeply about your life, your future, and how institutions like Stella Maris College and Trinity Western University can offer you a setting in which to prepare for a full and meaningful life in the 21st century. So let's begin. The world is undergoing a period of intense, unprecedented, and unavoidable change. Now, this is exciting. It's also a challenging period in which to learn and live. So in the 19th and 20th centuries in the West, universities had grown accustomed to providing education that would equip students to thrive in an industrial age, an age in which the interests of nation states dominated, and a world in which technologies like pen, paper, print, steam, and the internal combustion engine appeared to be common and sufficient. In our lifetime, however, A technological tsunami has washed ashore, and we're all struggling to find our bearings and to adapt to a new future. In short, we no longer inhabit an analog, national, industrial economy and society. Instead, we now live in a digital, global, and knowledge economy and society. No longer preoccupied with managing labor tied to natural resources, many nations around the world find themselves needing to adapt educational models to provide students with the ability to thrive in knowledge economies focused on generating, assessing, preserving, and disseminating knowledge. Knowledge and ideas that take the form and are distributed on the basis of mathematical algorithms and data. All of this poses a fascinating and timely question. What kind of changes are necessary for students and universities alike to flourish in a knowledge, digital, and global social economic reality? Higher education is faced with the need to transform, develop, and adapt to the changing demands of global societies and economies. A global university is an ideal setting in which to advance the aims and purpose of a knowledge economy, provided that it is sufficiently agile, innovative, and student-focused. Now, a dramatic change in availability and speed of computing bandwidth combined with the increasing presence of broadband has created the conditions for dramatically new, innovative, and widely distributed learning. The very existence of our conference this evening is a witness to that kind of change. COVID-19 has, of course, accelerated both the producer and user experience of digital learning. All to say, universities across the globe find themselves at a crossroad, and not all will choose the right path forward. Many more, I suspect, will wait far too long to choose and find, if they survive at all, that they themselves are at the back of a long line of similarly less competitive and relatively weak institutions with limited resources, strategy, vision, and financial support. In their new book, The Great Upheaval, Higher Education's Past, Present, and Uncertain Future, Arthur Levine and Scott Van Pelt address attendant challenges of moving today's colleges and universities into an emerging knowledge economy. And I commend this wonderful book to you. In fact, much of what you hear from me this evening is the result of a careful reading of this illuminating text. The key debate currently underway is this: will today's colleges and universities respond effectively to changing demographics, the rise of the knowledge economy, the advance of digital technology, and globalization? Or will many institutions be displaced by new technologically advanced and agile disruptors? The jury is still out on this question, but the outcome of their deliberation rests upon whether they're convinced that higher education as we know it can adapt, or will it be disrupted? While the jury remains sequestered, mulling all of this over, allow me to illustrate the problem by turning to the newspaper industry in the US. After looking at that example, I'll comment briefly on the meaning and nature of innovation. Then I'll touch on just a few things that an agile, innovative, student-focused university would need to consider if it hopes to respond adequately to the challenge of preparing students to flourish in a knowledge economy. And then finally, I'll close my remarks with an all too brief account of why a Christian university must be student rather than faculty or guild focused in its basic orientation. So point one, a case study, the newspaper industry in the US. Now, credit for this example goes to the authors of a wonderful new book, The Great Upheaval. So let's begin. In 2004, there were 8,801 newspapers published in the US. 15 years later, the industry has seen a net loss of 1,779 newspapers. What's more is that many of the remaining newspapers have been bought up and no longer deliver local news. They essentially republish national news to local audiences. Not surprisingly, print circulation is vanishing. Over the past 15 years, circulation has declined 40% from 122 million to 73 million subscribers. So what happened, and what can we learn from this example? Print newspapers enjoyed a position of authority and dominance for many decades. Importantly, newspaper companies could control every step of the chain of distribution of news, from creation, production, and distribution. However, the rapid onset of digital technology broke that chain, and a key lesson emerged. Many newspapers did not come to terms with the industry they were in, and they failed to pivot in the right direction at the right time. They falsely believed that they were in the newspaper business rather than the news industry. As a result, they devalued digital content, initially giving it away for free, and they overvalued analog paper. They could have been agile and innovative by running towards digital business models in the same way that some of their competitors had done with radio and TV. When initial experiences in digital did not seem to work, they quickly retreated back to analog. They tended to be short-sighted, focusing on quarterly results rather than on 3 to 5 year returns. And by emphasizing short-term results, they failed to invest in the long game. They cut costs when things began to turn south, thereby guaranteeing their demise. The key lesson is this: make sure that you know what business you're actually in and invest strategically in its development. Accordingly, when university schools, academic departments, program development, curricular approvals, and oversight remain largely unchanged from the reigning models of the 20th century, because people or departments are tempted to believe that their business is the delivery of a specific curriculum over a specific time frame, they may well be holding on to an analog, industrial age model of education. With this in mind, let's turn our attention to the meaning and nature of innovation. So point 2. Here I want to introduce you to another new book. It's a book about economic development and social policy, written by Dan Bresnitz, called Innovation in Real Places: Strategies for Prosperity in an Unforgiving World. Dan Bresnitz is a university professor at the University of Toronto, serves as the Monk Chair of Innovation Studies. He's the co-director of the Innovation Policy Lab and co-directs the Program on Innovation, Equity, and Future Prosperity as a fellow of the Canadian Institute for Advanced Research. Now, Bresnitz insists, and rightly so, that innovation is not invention. Now, people tend to confuse the creative work of generating an entirely new idea or product with innovation. So let's listen to how Bresnitz expresses this point. He writes, "Innovation is not just the invention of new shiny things. If it was, it would have to be about a feeble economic growth and welfare. We should care about innovation because it's the only way to ensure sustained long-term economic and human welfare growth, not because it is new or cool." Bresnitz then turns to offer us the following answer to the question, what is innovation? And so he writes, "Innovation is the complete process of taking new ideas and devising new or improved products and services. It comes in all stages, from the first vision, design, development, production, sale, usage, to the after-sale aspects of products and services. In short, Bresnitz believes that we should draw a careful distinction between invention and innovation. Invention would be the process of generating a truly original idea, algorithm, or product. Innovation, on the other hand, would be the process of using ideas to develop, produce, and improve or refine the design and delivery of goods and services from the beginning all the way to the end user experience, with the goal of delivery at the same factor cost. So what would an agile, innovative, student-focused university need to consider as it works to adapt to a new knowledge-based setting? So, point 3, agility and innovation in the service of students. So when nations undergoing deep economic, demographic, technological, and world changes, when societies are transforming more quickly than its social institutions, significant pressure for disruption arises. And if institutions and societies don't respond with a compelling, clear, and innovative design and delivery of their product or services, traditional institutions can seem ineffective and out of date. Those who argue that the story of higher education in the 21st century will be one of disruption and dramatic closures in the post-secondary sector believe this: that adaptation will be inadequate, that higher education does not have the will or the capacity to change, that traditional institutions do not have nor will they acquire sufficient expertise or the necessary mindset for significant innovation. And they also believe that there's an economic market for private, non-traditional, innovative delivery of market-responsive education. If you're a traditional institution, that's frightening. So what should an agile, innovative, student-focused university seek to do? A student-focused university is obliged to provide meaningful access to the skills, knowledge, and development necessary to thrive in the 21st century. Now, although the list of skills and development necessary for success in a knowledge economy differ from one expert to another, they appear to cluster around two distinct poles or foci. So one set of skills essential to succeeding in a knowledge economy have to do with critical thinking, creativity, problem solving, verbal and written literacy, adaptability, quantitative analysis, and data visualization. The second set of skills have to do with an ability to successfully navigate increasingly diverse communities. So here, intercultural intelligence, teamwork, collaboration, and conflict resolution become necessary and highly sought after skills in an increasingly complex and diverse workplace. One of the most important features of innovation related to being student-focused is the willingness to redesign the delivery of education and its related services around the needs and practices of students in the 21st century. So with respect to delivery of academic support and services, technology, well understood and leveraged, can be a tremendous thing to help. From a common single student record to just-in-time services and access to the registrar's office, financial aid, wellness, and academic support, to innovative career centers and personal coaching, to digital portfolios, LinkedIn alumni networks, etc. All these things and many more can be organized around the changing and flexible needs and schedules of students, with the goal of significantly enhancing the learning opportunity and support offered to students, without allowing time and place to remain a barrier. But there's also a fundamental shift required at the level of instruction and learning. A truly student-focused university is one that's preoccupied with outcomes rather than inputs. You see, it's focused on student learning rather than teaching. It's passionately committed to preparing students to learn, thrive, and contribute to a knowledge-focused, global, and diverse community. This is why the partnership between Trinity Western University and Stella Maris College is so important. Both institutions understand the vital significance of what the Roman Catholic tradition speaks of as one's charism. For those of you unfamiliar with this concept, a charism is a gift of the Holy Spirit, granted to an individual person, community, or institution. Christians believe that God equips individuals and organizations with spiritual gifts. so that they can faithfully carry out good work, work that will express the hope, freedom, love, and redemptive purpose of the gospel. Charisms are gifts of God for the people of God, and through them for the blessing of the world. With this in mind, it's necessary, I submit, for an agile, innovative, student-focused university to ask what charism or gifts has God graciously given to us, and how might we faithfully steward these gifts in the service of love of God and neighbor. With this in place, let's turn to the final portion of my presentation. So point 4, what is the unique contribution of a student-focused Christian university? So I submit to you the following proposal. The distinct charism, calling, and mission of an agile, innovative, and student-focused Christian university has to do with ensuring that students are offered a compelling and true vision of the dignity and calling of human beings. You see, in a world that's on the cusp of profoundly disturbing biological interventions, students in the 21st century will need an equally profound and compelling theological account of human life and dignity. In our century, modern biomedical technology calls into question the value of creaturely life, and thus the question of the inherent dignity and value of human beings. We no longer live in a world where transhumanism, for instance, is the material of science fiction. Instead, we inhabit a world in which persons will be encouraged to assert their rights to exploit technology in the interests of utilitarian advances. In such a world, Christian universities have the responsibility to educate and equip students to think truthfully about complex ethical and social issues. In short, one of the most important things a student-focused Christian university can do is to grant each student the opportunity and encouragement to develop a well-conceived vision of human dignity and value. I submit to you the following. The distinct charism, calling, and mission of an agile, innovative, and student-focused Christian university has to do with ensuring that students are offered a compelling and true vision of human dignity and the calling of human beings. This is where, for instance, the words of Psalm 8 can play a remarkable role. Reflecting on the gift of creaturely life, David proclaims this: "What are mere mortals that you are mindful of them, human beings that you care for them? You have made them a little lower than the heavenly beings and crowned them with glory and honor. You have made them rulers over the works of your hands. You have put everything under their feet." But note, the key here is that God is mindful of every person. God has granted each person glory and honor. In other words, dignity and value. Of course, this has profound implications for social, economic, educational, and healthcare policies, not to mention deep and abiding questions for intercultural life and the commitment to advance opportunities for women and the marginalized in each of our societies. Human dignity and value is a divine gift. With this in view, listen once more to the opening words of John's Gospel. Speaking of Jesus of Nazareth, John depicts God's entry into the world in this way. "And the Word became flesh and dwelt amongst us, and we have seen his glory, glory as the only Son from the Father, full of grace and truth." John 1:14. This means, among many things, that humanity, human flesh, community, culture, language, and life is not foreign to God. None of this is beyond God's understanding and involvement. God became flesh, with the result that each of us in our humanity is connected to the purpose, life, mission, and transformative work of the presence of Jesus. Thus, again, each individual is of value, whether or not they confess belief in Christ. God has come to redeem them, and by taking on flesh, he's demonstrated what it means to live a fully human life. We owe every student the opportunity to encounter this witness, promise, and gospel. Every person is loved and cherished by God. Everyone has value, dignity, and in Christ, the opportunity for renewal, calling, lasting purpose, community, and abundant life. To bring matters to a close, allow me to say this. Higher education is faced with the need to transform, develop, and adapt to the changing demands of global societies and economies. I remain convinced that a global university is an ideal setting in which to advance the aims and purposes of a knowledge economy, provided that it's sufficiently agile, innovative, and student-focused. There are very few places in the world where students may encounter an intellectually and spiritually sophisticated account of dignity, life, hope, and redemption in Christ. For this reason, an agile, innovative, student-focused Christian university will also be a Christ-centered institution. For as St. Paul proclaimed to the Athenians on Mars Hill, the God who made the world and everything in it is the Lord of heaven and earth. This God, moreover, is not far from anyone, for in him we live and move and have our being. I wish you the very best in life and learning, and may each of you experience great joy and peace as you seek to flourish in the 21st century. My hope and prayer is that Stella Maris College and Trinity Western University will be agile, innovative, student-focused Christian institutions, places in which you will experience a life-transforming education. And may you be granted a deep and profound sense of your dignity, value, gifts, and purpose. And may you experience the joy of using your gifts for the well-being and blessing of all around you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Husbands. Trinity Western University and Stella Maris forged a relationship back in 2014. Today, that relationship is stronger than ever. Stella Maris has sent 3 groups of students and faculty to Trinity Western University for international exchanges. We have collaborated on 6 international leadership conferences, and in October of 2019, we established the TWU SMC Facilitated Academic Research and Resource Center at Stella Maris College. Dr. Renuka Rajaratnam is officially designated as the Dean of Research and International Partnerships at the Stella Maris College, India. She has a postdoctoral fellowship at the Manchester Metropolitan University in the United Kingdom. Dr. Rajaratnam will speak on the Trinity Western University and the Stella Maris College's vibrant partnership and take us through the inventive and innovative ways in which our collaboration has been strongly sustained. Over to you, Dr. Renuka.
Good evening and good morning to all. Thank you, Professor Jonathan Michael, for that lovely introduction. And before I begin a partnership journey narrative that I would like to share with all of you, I would like to, on behalf of Stella Maris College, express our appreciation for the brilliant bow tie that Professor Husband had worn as a gesture in celebrating with us our 75 years. Thank you, Professor Husbands, for that lovely gesture. And we also were extremely enriched by your dissemination. Collaboration and strategic partnerships are fundamental to improving academic outcomes, which aim to leverage and enhance global competencies, empowering tool in higher education. Academic partnerships are becoming increasingly important today as we become more and more connected with the world, and particularly during the pandemic. Strong partnerships are grounded in common values and goals, mutual respect and trust, the experience of that partnership meaning, and sensibilities and knowledge that each partner brings to the table. We are deeply enriched in these values with our collaboration with the Trinity Western University. When it comes to partnering with Trinity, the idiom "a rising tide lifts all boats" could not be more accurate. Aiming to achieve shared and joint activity to maximize opportunities for students and faculty, while being able to promote and nurture an excellent collaborative synergy in our academic as well as cross-cultural practices, our partnership innovates to leverage our global brand in one way, differentiate our organization through competencies and advanced specializations. Leading innovation is one such specializations which we are so much part of. Coming from different countries, we have very different ways of working and perceiving the world. But being in a strong partnership, these differences become points of connection, sharing, learning, and mutual benefit. A facilitated academic resource and research center, shortly called the FAR here at Stella as well as in Canada, was instituted under the remarkable and dynamic leadership of Dr. Philip Laird, a dear friend of the Stella Maris College, with a vision of creating opportunities for collaborative academic programs, including research in the areas of leadership, business, culture, language learning, and gender studies in the year 2019. Through the collaboration, Trinity has designed, developed, delivered online education and sends qualified facilitators to support international learners on site as they progress through the set online course material. Breaking down learning boundaries by granting global students access to high quality Canadian degrees, the programs in the FAR Center connects you to valuable online learning materials, adaptive pedagogies to suit your one's chosen discipline, and also offering a chance to study in Canada. To all student participants out there today, we are pleased to draw your attention to these programs, and please do look at the master's degree offered by Trinity in Business Leadership through Stella Maris College and connect with Canada. Our partnership journey has been an incredible one. The pandemic and its great pause did bring about a great disruption, but we forged ahead innovatively and challenged the disruption through our many varied virtual programs. Partnership is a continuous process that grows stronger each year as we devote ourselves to common tasks and goals. In this wonderful journey, we have learned that no one can whistle a symphony. It takes a whole orchestra to play it. Our partnership lives up to this beautiful saying, and this conference is one such laudable effort. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Rajaratnam. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the esteemed dignitaries who've taken the time to kick off our 6th annual conference on leadership between Trinity Western University in Canada and Stella Maris College in India. To Dr. Patnaik, Dr. Husbands, and Dr. Joseph, we're grateful for your wise and thoughtful words and for your leadership of our institutions during this unprecedented time. Thank you also to Dr. Rajaratnam and Sister Susan for your contributions to the opening of this conference and for years of dedication to the strengthening of our relationship between TWU and Stella Maris College. We're eternally grateful. The first presentation in this session now is brought to us by Dr. Mbenzi George, who functions as the Business Stream Director for the Master of Arts Leadership Program at TWU, and has been instrumental in the TWU global growth, especially in India and Africa. Dr. Mbenzi is also the Honorary Consul of the Government of Kenya in Canada and has developed centers of education for TWU in Kenya, Uganda, and Nigeria. Now, Dr. Mbenzi will present on the topic, Public Policy and Advocacy Engagement Post-Pandemic. Dr. Mbenzi, please turn on your microphone and camera and screen share your presentation. The stage is yours.
Policy and advocacy engagement post-pandemic. Franklin D. Roosevelt once said, "We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future." In the last 2 years, the world has really experienced a change. And in it, we need to begin to create a balanced global community. What do I mean by that? Looking at the issue of vaccine. Whereas here in Canada, we're beginning to move to the third dose. We've got countries in the south, like in Africa and even parts of Asia, where they're still at less than 1% vaccination. You see, leadership is critical into how we move forward. Leaders set direction. They define the context and help produce coherence for their organizations. Leaders manage culture, or at least vehicles through which that culture is expressed. They set the boundaries of collaboration, autonomy, and the sharing of knowledge and ideas, and give meaning to events that otherwise appear random and chaotic. And they inspire volunteer behavior, the degree of effort and innovation and entrepreneurship with which employees serve customers and seek opportunities. I believe that good policy is critical to making the world a better place and creating countries that are cohesive and prosperous and secure. The roles that our universities play, Trinity Western University, Stella Maris College, and universities across Africa, South America, and Europe, are critical to how we're going to be able to move forward effectively. See, COVID-19 is the most challenging global pandemic health crisis for over a century. But it's more than a health crisis, as the impacts go well beyond the medical, changing lives and livelihoods, communities, and economies within and across nations and states. We are only just beginning to understand the implications and the cause and effect relationships, but we have quickly seen it straining, if not bursting the seams that hold cultural, economic, political, and social infrastructures together. In Canada, we're already talking about skills for the post-pandemic. And this is what I actually want to focus on a little bit. You see, skills for post-pandemic tackles key questions facing policymakers, employers, training providers, and workers. It is urgent that society turns to face the fundamental changes in the labor market precipitated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And many players must rise to meet the new conditions of a post-pandemic world. Institutions like Stella Maris, institutions like Trinity Western University. I also see robust policy ecosystems that we need to address. One, job polarization here at home in Canada and around the world. Number two, global immigration policies post-pandemic. How are students moving from their countries if they're coming to study in Canada to school? Digital infrastructures for the post-pandemic. How is that going to look like? Innovation in post-secondary education. What kind of skills are we preparing young people for the future? Innovation post-pandemic. Then the new working arrangements. Before January 2020, we would all drive to work. But in the last year and a half, almost 2 years, we've been working from home. What does that mean for the future? We also need to build inclusive workplaces. How do they look like? What will they look like? And how are we supporting entrepreneurship and new SMEs? The pandemic has both revealed and accelerated a number of trends that will play a substantial role in the shape of the future of global economy. We need to focus first on creating a center strategy on sustainability, scale up sustainable businesses practices through full transformation. You see, friends, to incorporate sustainability in business planning and to empower and motivate the whole organization to take action on these issues, leaders and institutions should approach sustainability as they would any other large-scale change effort. To ensure buy-in across the organization, it is important to be clear about which sustainability topics the company will and won't prioritize. The second area we need to look at is transformation of the cloud. COVID-19 pandemic has heightened the need for companies to adapt digital business models, and only cloud platforms can provide the agility, scalability, and innovation required for this transformation. Although there have been frustrations and false starts in enterprise journey to the cloud, companies can dramatically accelerate their progress by investing in areas that will provide the most business value and by building cloud-ready operating models. That area, we need to cultivate the talent for tomorrow. See, the pandemic underscores the urgency of more dynamic talent and work model. Human resource leaders can help by focusing on identity, agility, and scalability. And the next area is the speed and muscle. As businesses recover from COVID-19 related disruptions and reimagine themselves for the next norm, they need to ask and answer 5 questions. Question number 1, what kind of demand shift should we expect? And how do we get ready for it? Question number 2, how do we incorporate new ways of working to enhance productivity and health? Question number 3, how do we get the most value out of our real estate? And number 4, how can we reimagine capital allocation to promote resilience? Companies need to develop a capital allocation process that allows them to create value by navigating fast-moving disruptions that can manifest themselves over days or weeks as opposed to years. And 5, what broader role should organizations play in their communities? The COVID-19 pandemic has been a global humanitarian challenge. It is right then that companies take stock and consider their responsibilities, not only to their shareholders, but also to their employees and the society where they operate. And then the 5th area is we need to operate with purpose. Customers and society at large are expecting more from businesses. Embracing these responsibilities can help shareholders too. You see, I believe a company is more than a balance sheet. It is an expression of human bonds, a living entity that is sown and grown and whose harvest is lives and livelihoods. Stakeholder capitalism is a way to plant these seeds. In other words, how we invest with people, how we work with people is able to propel us forward. But I also believe there are principles for policymakers that we need to pay attention to post-pandemic. Principle number 1, use a broad knowledge base in policy making. In particular, one which coherently integrates insights from various disciplines together, actively articulating the social, the historical, the cultural, the behavioral, and the economic, together with the medical, the biological, and the physical. Second principle, we need to be responsive to local and historical context, including consideration of people and purpose in policymaking. Knowledge, as understood in the previous principle, is not just about different disciplines. It's about the knowledge of and from people and their contexts. In principle 3, we need to consider the implications of voice and political authority, with particular attention to the language and the discourse of policy. Who has a voice? How they use it has important implications for how different communities engage with policy and the relationship and practices that affect the recovery. Principle number 4, We need to identify better ways of accounting for the temporal and scalar dimension of policymaking, including how to integrate the insights this gives us and the mechanism by which we connect the dimensions together to create strong and robust governance. And principle number 5, we need to consider a renewed policy focus on the perennial issues of inequalities and inclusivity, sustainability and the environment, and education and skills. The relational aspect of the pandemic are highlighting areas of future policy that matter to all of us. But how do we shape the future? Although policy making occurs in a non-linear fashion and is deeply embedded within changing sociopolitical contexts, several policy steps shape the content, cause, pace, and development of policy. These include identifying problems, creating awareness, considering the different policy options, and deciding on one to pursue, negotiating a win-win, and implementing the process. Although not always included in the list of steps, monitoring processes and outcomes also is critical, an area in which health educators have played an important role these past 2 years. Kingdom model of the policymaking process combines these steps into 3 streams. The first stream is the problem stream, being able to convince policymakers that a problem exists and getting onto the agenda. The second area is the political stream, proposing feasible, politically attractive solutions. And the third stream is the policy stream, negotiating the politics to get approval of a proposed measure. Kingdom further notes that when positive development occurs in all 3 streams, a window of opportunity opens, increasing the likelihood of success. The incalculable loss and suffering endured during COVID-19 have changed our lives and our world, and is impossible to fully grasp. Yet, along with the loss, we have witnessed the immense strengths of people, from the most visible, our first responders, medical care providers, and other essential workers, to those working for more humane and progressive public policy during the window of opportunity that the pandemic has helped to open. In a time when we're becoming aware of just how connected we are, these policies may find new audiences, and these audiences may come to realize that our society is only as healthy as its sickest and most at-risk members. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mbenzi, for your presentation. We now have Dr. Dion Pretorius, who's the founder and managing director of Development Partners, specializing in community socioeconomic development and community economic development in urban and rural communities. Over the last 25 years, he's worked on projects involving more than 100 local communities across the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Dr. Pretorius holds a PhD in sociology from the University of Warwick under mentorship of Margaret Archer. He serves as a part-time professor in development studies at Nelson Mandela University and formerly served as the director of the Multidisciplinary Institute for Development Planning and Research. Currently, he is a mentor for Sarah Bartman District and Sunday's River Valley Municipality and Cedarburg, municipalities on local leadership and governance, funded by International Center for Local Democracy in Stockholm. Dr. Pretorius will speak on the topic, Leadership for Morphogenetic Development. Dr. Pretorius, please turn on your camera and microphone and begin your presentation. Thank you.
Wait. I haven't got that open yet. between there. Okay. And now there. There. Good morning, everyone. Apologies for the slow start there. Thank you very much for the invitation to address you this morning. Thank you for the kind introduction. As someone with his one foot in academia and the other foot in the practice of development, I'm a problem-orientated person. I'm driven by finding solutions to problems. And in the current situation that I'm working in South Africa, the problem that I focus on is on the problem of a social system that is characterized by acute inequality. And I will elaborate a little bit more on that in a moment. As implied in the introduction, my views are informed by work that I do in many contexts in South Africa, and particularly the Eastern Cape. At the moment, I work particularly in an area that is called the Sundays River Valley, and I am implementing an approach or a model, what is called a collaborative development model in the valley, that have been used very successfully to overcome tensions and conflict, and have produced an environment in which people that have been in very, very tense relationships with one another for a long time have started to work together. So the question that I'm asking in my work very often, and which is pertinent to this presentation, is what type of leadership is required to get the process of societal development going, particularly in contexts and in environments where you have this challenge of systemic inequality, structural inequality, as well as a legacy of ongoing contestation and conflict. My approach, as indicated, is the morphogenetic approach. It is based on the work of British sociologist Margaret Archer, who I was fortunate to have as the supervisor for my PhD many years ago. Whereas Archer uses the morphogenetic approach to analyze societal systems historically, to explain where a particular and how a particular societal system or an institution like an education system, whether it be a centralized or a decentralized or a private or a state institution or a system, where it comes from, how it evolved over time by way of a morphogenetic approach, or a morphogenetic process, I should say. My approach is rather to utilize that analysis, which I also make, of the context, but then to use it in a strategic fashion. So I want to use the morphogenetic analysis as a way of understanding the context and of understanding agency in that context. I will say something more about that in a moment. The word morphogenesis or morphogenetic can sound a little bit intimidating, and I have to often explain that when I work at a community level, but it's not really so daunting. The word morph simply refers to a process of transformation, of change from one condition to another over time. And then genetic, some people also use the word genesis for this purpose, refers to change resulting from the internal dynamics between context and agency within a societal system. So I often argue and explain that the kind of change that I promote and that I'm in favor of are the kind of change that emerges from within due to the activation and the mobilization of societal dynamics instead of change that is externally imposed on communities or societies. The important terms that we need to use then for understanding this kind of change are reflected in this slide. In that square box, there is on the one hand context and on the other hand agency. And context refers to the structure of a societal system in a particular point in time with regards to the distribution of power, wealth, ownership, access to opportunities, and that list can be extended in terms of how people are positioned in relation to one another in a particular societal system. It also has to do with the distribution of ideas, values, ideologies, beliefs, knowledge, and so on in that particular societal system. Some ideas are complementary to others and others are contradictory to others. And so ideas and their relationship to one another in a particular societal context as held by people should also be understood. So on the other hand, on the right-hand column, agency refers to people, individuals, and groups acting in pursuit of their interests. And if we take those two concepts, context and agency, and move over to the graph on the right-hand side, we see how the morphogenetic process uses those concepts. It suggests that whenever we are in a particular situation, we find ourselves in a particular point in time, there is always a context, which means that there is always a certain structural arrangement or state of affairs, and there's always an ideational situation. So there's always context, and there are always people, individuals and groups or agency that act in that context. And when people act conditioned, not ever determined, but conditioned by the realities of that context, and I must point out that agency should also be understood in terms of its differential capacity, means, resources that it has at its disposal. But the point is that agency reacts and acts within a particular context, and the implication of that is that context is transformed, changed. Even if it's minimally changed, it is changed. And the same happens with agency. It is changed, and thus context too comes about and agency too comes about. And that is the ongoing, if one wants to put it in a theoretical sense of the word, wants to express it conceptually, that is the ongoing cycle of morphogenesis through which society moves on an ongoing basis. It means that in any given point in time, you've effectively got, if you look at the situation from a strategic point of view, like I do, at any given point in time, you've got to do a context agency analysis to understand what's going on in that society, so that you can know where your facilitative or enabling interventions would be most appropriate. So none of these stages are neat and linear and predictable and follow on one another in a way that is nicely packaged. But this is a theoretical model that explains the important aspect of an accumulation, a building up a potential staged process of change or development, which, if it is understood, could be extremely helpful and useful from a planning for development and transformation point of view. So using those concepts, structure, ideational or idea and culture, I just use the word ideational for this purpose, and agency, if we use those three terms, then just to illustrate how it is applied in a context like South Africa, I always say that we have three interrelated problems in a country like South Africa. The first problem is structural inequality. That is the acutely unequal distribution of power, resources, means to a better quality of life. And that is typically expressed in terms of something that looks like that triangle, a stratification system. That's what a sociologist would do, say they are the distribution, that's the distribution of status in a society like South Africa. The lower level is a big category of people that fall into the socioeconomic category of the poor, the lower socioeconomic categories, then a relatively small middle class, and an even smaller elite. But then next to that, I draw a circle in which I prefer, this is the way in which I prefer to express this relationship between people in an unequal system. And this is what I typically use in the South African context. I use the pluses to explain that there's a relatively small number of people that have the opportunity and potential to achieve the opportunity, not the potential, the opportunity to achieve their potential. And the minuses refer to people that don't have the opportunity to achieve their potential. And this obviously creates a situation of intense tension and conflict in a societal system like South Africa. And that becomes a part of the development challenge that we need to overcome. We need to make as many as possible of those minuses pluses. And what is important, and this is the reason why I draw this as a circle, is one of the important messages that is always important to convey is to explain to people that, you know, like in the Sundays River Valley where I work, 60,000 people in a particular geographical area. Yes, people go in and out, but they are all within that system. They are interdependent on one another, and they've got to find a way of improving their interaction, their relationship with one another. So in the South African context, what needs to happen is that acute inequality, that differential between the pluses and the minuses needs to be changed. We in South Africa sit with, if one wants to use only one measure, a Gini quotient of 0.63, which is the highest in the world, which is a measure of the gap between the haves and the have-nots, the rich and the poor, where complete equality would be 1 and severe inequality would be complete equality would be 0, and complete severe inequality would be 1. So in the world, South Africa is consistently there at the highest. So that's the first challenge, the first problem. The second problem is excessive ideational contestation, excessive disagreement about the ideas that are relevant for the purposes of addressing this fundamental problem, or even the denial of that problem. So these have to do with ideas, ideologies, plans, strategies to address our fundamental systemic problem. And it's also got to do with the quality of those, because in many instances, in my view, those prevailing ideas are simply not implementable. They are ideologies that don't really touch the ground in terms of reality. But also there is, and this is probably the more fundamental problem, and that is that we have inadequate consensus. Yes, we will never have complete consensus about the critical issues in a country like South Africa, but there is a level of consensus that is required for us to proceed with effective implementation. That is very, very difficult to achieve in South Africa. The third thing that we disagree on, or the third problem, is a disagreement about agency. So the question is then asked and is not being resolved, and that is who are supposed to be responsible for implementing, or firstly formulating and then implementing the ideas, plans and strategies. What are the roles and responsibilities of the different sectors of society in this regard? So let's go back to the second problem of the ideological contestation. And for that purpose, I have this graph, which has become synonymous with the work that I do in the communities in South Africa, where the question then arises, what are our options with regards to the strategy or the approach with regards to bringing about a society in which we move away from, and if you look at your vertical axis, exclusive quality of life towards inclusive quality of life. How does it happen? What are our options? And the horizontal axis, referring to time, is important here as a variable. And so I articulate three options there. The first option is the red arrow, which happens in a relatively short period of time and brings about a rapid cathartic type of improvement of the situation in terms of a radical shift of power and wealth. But the problem is that because of the speed by which that change happens, there is insufficient time to actually prepare and build the necessary capacity and in creating the necessary enabling environment in the societal system to ensure sustainability. So in countries like South Africa, where we have seen these dramatic revolutionary transformations, very often and unfortunately they've resulted in a very quick decline after the initial spurt of change. The green line at the bottom, close to the time axis, is one that I describe as evolutionary reform. That is the one that would be more associated with those people that are depicted as pluses in the previous slide. And they would be associated with the status quo and would say, let's leave the things as they are. The system can work it out by itself. These are people that would believe in things like the trickle-down theory. Just create more wealth, let the economy grow, and the system or the market will look after itself. Now, in the current South African conditions and in conditions similar to South Africa in other similar countries, those underlying conditions are of such a nature that those institutions that are being referred to that will perform that miraculous act of trickle down and distribution of opportunities, wealth, and so on, they simply don't work effectively, and we need something else. And so my third option is the one that is depicted there in the middle, that I describe as collaborative development. That is a process which is much more deliberate. It is planned, it is interventionist, and it is one which is not a linear, easy path, but it is nevertheless a path that contains a vision for a desired future, one which can be articulated in terms of a set of indicators, a set of goals, and it is acutely aware of the undesirable status quo, and it contrasts that desirable future with the undesirable status quo, and it conceptualizes the gap between those two as the development trajectory or challenge that we need to take on collaboratively. In other words, not just the responsibility of one particular sector or party in society. So that takes me to the next point, the agency problem. As I say, we have this agreement about how to do this, and there is thus insufficient consensus for the purposes of implementation, and thus in a country like South Africa, we're making very, very slow progress. There are multiple scenarios. Some people believe that it is the dominant party's responsibility. Others use the notion of the development state. Others, from a Marxist and socialist point of view, use the notion of the vanguard party. And others, from a market point of view, use the notion of the minimalist state. And there are more and more. The problem, that how I see it, is that we have a problem of limited capacity in a country like South Africa. And this has got a lot to do with an education and training system that for decades have not been serving the people of our country well. So we have a problem which we are at the moment witnessing across South Africa at a local government level, where local governments, the majority of local governments in South Africa, are dysfunctional and are simply failing to provide people with the basic needs in terms of water, electricity, sanitation, roads, infrastructure, and so on. So the problem is that these local governments are assumed to function on their own as agencies of development. And my argument is that they do not have the capacity to do this on their own. So we have to start working together, different sectors of society, not just necessarily different political parties, but different sectors of society will have to start taking co-responsibility for development. That is a strategic necessity. And the implication of that is a certain type of leadership across the board in different sectors of society, leadership that are capable of making sustainable, systemic development happen. This leadership must come from different sectors of society. They've got to learn to think systemically. With that, I mean they've got to learn to see things in terms of the bigger picture and not be so excessively self-centered and self-interested. They've got to start thinking developmentally, and they've got to be willing to collaborate. So the training, the provision, the building of collaborative leadership, development leadership, is a massive challenge for a country like South Africa. And that is where partnerships with an institution like Trinity Western could be of immense value. So the short answer to my initial question is, what kind of leadership? Leadership that are capable of morphing from one form or type of leadership to another, depending on the context, depending on how the context-agency relationship changes the society over time. So we don't need, leadership must not be static. It must also evolve. It must also change as the circumstances and conditions change. And critically, they must and ultimately be able to collaborate and to facilitate development. There is a particular role in South Africa for grassroots or community level leadership. And the majority of my time is devoted to that. People at a community level that were in the past angry activists that are just ready and always orientated towards adversarial contestation. I have worked with, trained, and assisted those leaders to become skilled in terms of understanding the development challenges and to start working in their communities, but also working on behalf of their communities with other sectors of society in the bigger societal system. So the notion of multi-sectoral co-responsibility from an agency point of view can be depicted in that sense, the sense of the word, or with this graph, where if development is in the middle, we have all these other sectors, and they could be many more or less in a particular context. What is interesting is that none of these blue arrows reach development, if you understand what I'm saying. So the state, that blue arrow that points towards development, there's a gap between the point of the arrow and development, and the same in all the other cases. And that's an important observation, that none of these on their own achieve the goal of societal development. It is only when we put the brown arrows in that we link them, that a collaborative approach is adopted, that the possibility emerges that these different parties will start working together in order to achieve development. This is the reality of the limited capacity that we have and the enormity of the challenge of development in a society like South Africa. The next slide then takes me to 4 generic stages of development. And once again, this is not just, this is like Max Weber, the German sociologist, used the word ideal types. It's just generic conceptual descriptions of stages of development. And nothing is ever in life as neatly sequential as depicted here. But we need something like this as a tool to understand the cumulative process. And so there are 4 critical stages in my experience of working in these contexts for the last 2 decades. So this has evolved over a long period of time. The first stage is creating enabling conditions for development. This is like preparing the ground for the more important work that needs to follow. So the next stage, the system and institutional transformation, is actually the most important work that needs to be done. That is where we transform institutional arrangements like a political system, like an education system, like an economy, like a health system. We ask questions about what is it that, what mechanisms, what is it about the way in which these institutions function in a society like South Africa that keeps on reproducing the undesirable outcomes? And what is it that we need to introduce as mechanisms, as new ways and processes of functioning that will undo these unfortunate vicious cycles of deprivation and of exclusion, and turn it into virtuous cycles that are more enable us to work towards a more inclusive quality of life. So that's the important stage, the second one. But we cannot embark on that stage, and this is one of the big mistakes that is often made, and we've seen it over and over and over in our country, is that we jump into ambitious projects to bring about systemic and institutional change. Ambitious projects about employment creation and education transformation and community development, and they fail. The history of development failure, and by the way, that was the topic of my PhD, the failure of agency, and the failure of development agency in South Africa is a very sad story. And that has got to do, in my view, with a lack of the first stage, the creating of the enabling conditions. And that is where leadership is extremely important. I'm going to get to that in a moment. Stage 3 is an emergent stage, is one that comes about in a morphogenetic sense of the word when the institutions of society and the systems of society have started functioning in a different fashion and a different mode, in a more progressive and a more developmental way. Then the outcomes start coming by themselves, and it is not necessary to keep on intervening and facilitating societal change. And obviously the long-term goal that we are striving for, and I'm not utopian, I'm just saying that this is what need to improve in a significant sense of the word in a society like South Africa that is so acutely unequal. We need to have much more inclusive well-being or quality of life. So going to stage one, in the work that I have done over the last number of years, 15 specific actions have emerged as actions that needs to be taken in order to create that enabling environment for the longer term system and institutional transformation process to become sustainable and to work and to stick. So stage one actions with an emphasis on leadership. The first is has to do with the demarcation of the societal system. So that is just a matter of understanding the boundaries geographically and demographically. Where are we working? Who are we working with? The second one is critically important, and that is that in many of the contexts in which I work, and many contexts in South Africa, characterized by conflict and hostilities. And so we need an initial intervention aimed at the cessation or the reduction of hostilities, and we need to convince leaders to just hold their fire and create an environment where they can start talking to one another and start listening to one another. And for that, one often needs professional mediators, and that is what I often do, is to get a professional mediator to just get all the leaders together and say, just calm down, give us a few months so that we can get another process of addressing our problems and challenges. Let's give that a chance. So the third item is very important, is to create conditions for dialogue. It's not about negotiation, it's not just talking or deliberating, but it's dialogue with the explicit intention of getting people to understand, getting a better and deeper understanding of one another from the different perspectives of society. So this is about bringing leaders together and literally actually training people to engage. This involves things like rules of engagement, rules of dialogue, norms within which one engages, interacts, and talk and have dialogue with one another. The fourth item is very important, that you need a number of internal leaders to stand up and be counted. You need internal leaders in that particular community that are willing to say, I've had enough now of this ongoing conflict and confrontation, or this depressing situation of not going anywhere, and I'm willing to stick my neck out and to start doing things differently. Put your hand up, and in many instances we've got to go and find those people, yes, but I've found that there are always people that are ready to say, no, there's another way of doing it. Independent external facilitation, that's typically the role that I play in a situation like that. A person with development knowledge, social and psychological background, and have no vested interests in that particular societal system. And then, very important, we need at least one internal non-partial coordinator, a person that is very skilled in terms of project management, of leading people, of facilitating leadership development, but is also a practical person, a pragmatic person that can focus on issues in a way that gives people confidence that a process of development is actually happening, and we are not just talking to one another. Very important next point, context agency analysis. That refers back to some of the items that I referred to in my slide, that once you get going with leadership on board, one's got to do an analysis of the context, the structural and the ideational situation and agency. Who are the people? What are their capabilities and capacities? And what are their views, and how are they related to one another? If you don't do that in an objective as possible way, you will be working in the dark and not know what the real situation on the ground is. And then my last slide, the morphing of leadership is extremely important. As I already indicated, leadership, then the training, the skilling, the building of confidence, the building of developmental capacity of leadership is extremely important. So many of the leaders that I deal with come from a history of activism. I also come from a background of activism, so I know where they come from. But the important thing is that through this engagement process, they are enabled to move from adversarial activism towards collaborative development. The next point, mindset change, is probably the X factor here, and that is to assist people and leaders to undergo a mindset shift from adversarial politics towards collaborative development. I've used the work of a woman by the name of Carol Dweck from Stanford University extensively in this regard. She talks about the shift from a restricted to a growth mindset. That is also very relevant for our purposes. So that shift in the mind of leadership and the programs in order to do that is, I think, extremely important. Then there need to be an agreement on an approach versus a contestation of different approaches. This can often be very paralyzing. Many people with different kinds of approaches. The one places emphasis on small and medium enterprise development. The other one places emphasis on asset-based development, and the other one places emphasis yet on something else. What I try and do in an environment like that is to just provide a generic umbrella and say, let's stop fighting with one another about which approach is the right one. Let's start bringing those different approaches together instead of saying we have to choose between the one and the other. Let's find the commonalities and start working together. 11, we need all the relevant perspectives, and we prefer in the work that I do to not to talk about perspectives instead of focusing on stakeholderism. Stakeholderism is often a politicized concept which requires mandates and has the effect of people coming into meetings with the intention of convincing others to see or to accept their point of view, whereas a perspectivist approach says, here's my perspective. This is my point of view. This is where I come from. I'm telling you my story. And then the expectation is that others will be willing to listen to that, but also get their opportunity to share their perspective, their story, their point of view. And that in that process, we all become a little bit wiser about one another. We develop a greater empathy for one another, and it becomes possible for us to proceed towards a more collaborative approach to development. So the next item is specific skills for collaborative development. I have a whole curriculum that has emerged over a number of years, and that, as I indicated earlier, is the majority of the work that I do, is just simply skilling people to understand development, to acquire the skills to implement development, and much of that entails kind of soft skills, listening skills, articulation skills, but also more operational skills like writing, communicating, problem solving, and so on. So there's a whole curriculum. Organization need to morph as well. You need an entity. Initially, you just need to be organized around projects, but ultimately, in my view, there's an organizational vehicle that needs to emerge in such a development context. It's usually not your local municipality or your local government or a particular entity that's associated with one of the particular sectors of society. It's preferably an independent entity in which all of those have a role to play in the governance and the running of it. But the day-to-day matters of something like such a development agency is preferably run by people that are development specialists. Number 14, very important, is that we need to have good data, information community systems and technology for development in order to be accurate in terms of what we do and to effectively communicate with one another. And finally, we need to have, because this process can take time, and people become impatient and they want to see action, we need what we call low-hanging fruit, or you might call quick wins, which are just projects that have low risk and a high level of potential for success, are not trivial. They need to be of significance for the people that are involved. But the most important thing is, from the outset, we have projects in which we actually expose people that have not been working together, that have been sitting on the opposite side of the trenches or fence. We get them into a situation where they actually work with one another on projects and experience what it means to work with someone who I have avoided or who I've been angry with for so many years. And I've had the most remarkable experiences in that regard, where people have met one another within a matter of hours or even minutes and discovered the human being that they have not known and started working together, became good friends. And like in the Sundays River Valley, people that have been working together wonderfully for the last 3 years and are doing remarkable work together to transform that society or that community. So that is my story. The last two slides, in my view, are of particular significance because that refers to all the different areas in which leadership in a local developmental context needs to take action, but we need to look very carefully about at the skills that are required for them to be able to do that. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. Imbenzi and Dr. Pretorius, for your presentations on advocacy, public policy, and development. I'm going to now invite my colleague, Scott Macklin, who serves as the Executive Director of TWU Online, to host a panel discussion. We welcome questions from attendees at the conference to inform and enliven this panel discussion. Please ask your questions in the Q&A section of the portal. Please include your name and location in your question so that Scott is able to recognize your contribution to the conference today. Scott, please turn on your camera and microphone and start the panel discussion.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Wow, that has just been an amazing bit of wisdom, foresight, imagination, and framing. I think we all need a minute or a moment just to stretch here in the Pacific, or we might want to say the lower mainland of British Columbia. It's now 9:41 on the evening of November 18th. And I want to send greetings to wherever you may find yourselves geographically and time-wise. And for those of you who are watching in the future, maybe you can send us a note to see if what we're talking about is going to have a ripple effect downstream. It's so amazing to be able to have a conversation with two people that I ultimately have a major amount of respect for. And I want to say hello to Dion and Benzi, but I also want to be formal, Dr. Pretorius and Dr. George, to make sure I give the right credentialing. I just want to start off to have you both have a little bit of a conversation. If you can frame for me the processes or the tools that you use to ensure that local contexts matter, and not only to have the right or appropriate folks at the table, but those participants have the opportunity to shape the table itself. Can you talk to me about how you go about doing that type of work? And I'll start with our colleague across the pond, Dr. Pretorius.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Mbenzi, nice to see you again. Thank you, Scott. Yes, that is such an important question. And typically you, Scott, you put your finger right on the critical issues, because one of the biggest mistakes that I think we can make is to not respect context. Is to not appreciate that every context is different, not just in a geographical and demographic sense, but even in time, as I'm implying with a morphogenetic approach. It changes from time to time, and we need to read the situation as it morphs. So there's always a change in perspective. There's always things that happen in our environment. I mean, just look at what's happened in South Africa over the last few days. We've just gone through a local government election, which has changed our political landscape dramatically, and virtually everyone in South Africa is looking at the situation differently, because there's a completely different configuration of political parties suddenly in South Africa. We've had a situation where the ANC, the African National Congress, have been the dominant political party since 1994. And for the first time, we now have the ANC dropping below 50% in a local election. And we have a multitude of other parties, rather amazingly, other parties that are emerging to contest effectively, which introduces a kind of a pluralistic situation, which we haven't had for a long time. We are now moving, I think, yes, it's a complicated situation, but I think we're moving towards kind of a pluralistic democracy. I hope it's going to work out like that. But what it means is that the agents and the agency in the context that function or operate in each context find themselves slightly different, in a different position with regards to the power of distribution and the possibilities within the societal system. So, you know, that's the first thing. Understand the context and how it changes all the time, and never make assumptions about things being the same. They change. That's the one thing. And more at a micro level, the particular approach that we take is, and I refer to that notion of talking about perspectives instead of stakeholderism. So when someone enters into a collaborative or a meeting of people in the context in which I work, I always ask them to leave their cap at the door. So please leave your cap at the door. I know you come from a political party, or you have a constituency that may, and you may have an inclination towards wanting to present a mandate on behalf of your constituency, even if it's not formally given to you. I want you to refrain from that. I want you to leave that cap at the door. I want you to come in, observe the fact that there are multiple other perspectives of people with other perspectives, around the table. And I want you to get into the mode of first listening. Yes, you're going to get your opportunity to articulate, to tell your story, but let's use our ability, which we have uniquely as human beings, to listen, understand, and to have empathy with others, and to learn in the process, and then engage with one another from an informed, from about one another's perspectives kind of position. And hopefully, by the end of such a discussion, you can go back, you can pick up your cap and go back to your constituency, but you will have a richer a view on the problem, and hopefully you and your constituency or your party will make better decisions informed by that richness of perspectives that you've been exposed to. That is the hard work that I keep on doing in those kinds of contexts.
Benzie, you know, talking about having an inclusive and diverse table, is it possible to have the people around the table actually transform the table, the conditions by which we do our work?
Yeah, I do agree.
Yeah.
And one of the things that for me I've seen work really well is our work in Nigeria. When we envisioned running an advanced certificate in a graduate program,
Yes.
we thought about it, first of all, what does Nigeria need? And as a university, we can go tell them, do this, but then we listened. And then when we developed the curriculum itself, and we just finished the first cohort, it was interesting to see our colleagues, the grad students, take it and help us make it better.
Oh, yeah.
So as I've either taught or worked closely with my colleagues, for the next intakes, we are refining, but they've helped us understand this is what Africa needs, not what North America is bringing to us. And so education becomes very rich and exciting, and people around the table are excited to participate and tell their friends, be part of this.
Yep. And I would love to give a shout out to the cohort in Nigeria. These are some of the smartest students that I've got to spend time and learn from. And our facilitator, Abiki, and the role that she has played in that. They've actually hijacked the course, and we're now conducting it over WhatsApp. They didn't like the platform we designed, so they said, no, we want to do it this way, and it actually fits the agenda. So thinking about capacitation, capacity building, training and education, we're all steeped in working on that. We have a question from Laura, and this is directed to Mbenzi. Could you give more details on how educators should help the youth to adapt to the future world?
Well, thank you, Laura. One of the things that we know is different is that the world has changed. And it was our vice chancellor and president that talked about this. He goes, the world has changed, but the future hasn't. And in essence, when we are looking at how our universities, how our colleges can help support students, we have to realize technology is part of this young generation. So every university that focuses on integrating technology and skills for tomorrow is actually going to go way far. The traditional approach of doing academics and education has changed. When we look at the world today, China, India, Africa, technology is driving how we function, and that needs to be incorporated into our entire academic engagement.
Well, thank you. I also want to give a shout out. You know, I'm in a studio here at Trinity Western University on the Langley campus. And behind the glass, we have a cohort of people who are helping to make sure that this work is going on. So big thanks to everyone behind the glass. And thank you for scrolling up the next question, which was actually posed by Tina, and it's directed to Dr. Pretorius. Dion, what is the most important leadership style you use that leads to the success of your project? And then she goes on, in your evaluation, what factors internally and externally contribute the most to the success of your community engagement?
Yes. Well, it would clearly be collaborative leadership on the basis of what I've explained. I mean, and that can easily be said, but not easily be achieved, because one of the things that one almost inevitably have to counter, to use a bit of a strong word, is the tendency to adopt more of an authoritarian style of leadership. And another is the tendencies of self-centeredness and self-interest. These are inclinations, I believe, that are not necessarily natural to human beings. I think that they are conditioned by the nature of our societal systems and institutions that reward us to become self-interested and selfish and authoritarian. And that, on the contrary, I think human beings are actually much more inclined to be cooperative, to want to work with people. In fact, our history tells us, of human beings, tells us that if we weren't inclined, if we weren't so intensively inclined towards collaboration and cooperation, none of the major achievements of humans would have been possible. In fact, our organizations would not be possible. The quality family life that we experience for many of us would not be possible if we don't have this deep inclination to work together. And that is the basis of the leadership that I want to promote. I promote leadership that understands that collaboration is a win-win. In other words, it's not a compromise. It is not a capitulation. It is not losing something. Collaboration is leadership which respects the other's perspective, respects the fact that the other person, the other party, has goals and objectives that are legitimate, and also asserts that I or we have goals and objectives that are legitimate, and that we don't have to make a choice between your goals and my goals. We can actually find, if we spend serious time in engaging with one another, listening and understanding one another, we can actually learn how to ensure that we can, by collaborating, achieve your goals as well as mine. And that is the systemic perspective that I think that we should promote in leadership development.
Yeah, I like to talk about listening to understand before listening to respond. We have 2 minutes left in this session. So this is going to be nearly impossible, but I want to try something. So the title was Leading Innovation, Economy, Education, Environment, and Stewardship. Great title. What I want to ask each of you in 60 seconds or less, if you could design a course that would be important to create a co-responsible cross-sector nexus between industry, community, and higher education, what would you call that course? And what would be a learning goal within that course? I'm going to start with Mbenzi.
Oh, that's a tough question.
Yeah.
But having traveled around the world in the last little while, I think I would look at resiliency.
Yeah.
Would be, for me, something that I would try to design, because resiliency is what the world has just been going through for the last 2 years. How do you develop communities, nations, governments, universities that are resilient and can be able to withstand what tomorrow brings?
Good. Dion.
I would suggest a leadership for inclusive, sustainable, systemic development. Because we even the advanced countries of the world still need to be part of the bigger systemic development process on a global level. So we haven't achieved our goals. It needs to be sustainable, and it needs to be systemic, and it needs to be inclusive. We can't exclude. We must stop excluding.
Yeah, let's get rid of extraction. Let's get to complementary practice. Let's get to resiliency, and let's get to systemic and sustainable towards a desired state that we can all be proud of. And I love that term of being responsible, co-responsibility.
Yes.
So I want to thank you.
And co-creation.
Co-creation. I want to thank you both for your time, and everyone else. And we're not done yet. we're getting on to some more exciting stuff because we're going to hear from the students, the next generation of voices. So again, thank you very much, and we'll see you all soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you all. We're going to now move into the most exciting part of our annual conference on leadership, the student presentations. In order to provide some variation, we'll alternate between the Trinity Western and Stella Maris student presenters for this session. Our first presenter is Mackenzie Laird, who is a fourth-year TWU student majoring in psychology with human services and minoring in biology. Mackenzie will be speaking about an issue that most of us would rather keep quiet, but it affects people all around the world: trafficking and sexual exploitation in the digital age. Over to you, Mackenzie.
The UN Protocol on Human Trafficking defines trafficking of persons as follows: the recruitment, transfer, harboring, or receipt of persons by means of threat or use of force or other forms of coercion, of abduction, of fraud or deception, of the abuse of power or position of vulnerability, or of the giving or receiving of payments or benefits to achieve the consent of a person having control over another person for the purpose of exploitation. Exploitation shall include, at a minimum, the exploitation of the prostitution of others or other forms of sexual exploitation, forced labor or services, slavery, or practices similar to slavery, servitude, or the removal of organs. The terms used in this UN protocol, prostitution, abduction, abuse of power, exploitation, slavery, and forced labor have been part of human societies in various forms throughout history. In 2005, a report on human trafficking by the Canadian Department of Justice estimated some 4 million people were trafficked that year worldwide. The RCMP report that some 1,500 to 2,200 people are trafficked from Canada into the USA each year. In 2005, the International Labour Organization estimated that at a given point in time, there were some 2.45 million people trafficked into industrialized countries. The amount of human trafficking since 2005 has grown. The International Labour Organization reported that by 2016, the estimated 40.3 million people worldwide are in modern slavery, with over 24.9 million people trapped in forced labor worldwide, and 4.8 million people trapped in forced sexual exploitation, of which 99% are female. Clearly, much has changed regarding the landscape and opportunity for trafficking and exploitation of people around the world in the digital age. In October 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, Europol released a paper on the challenges of countering human trafficking in the digital age. This report showed that compared to 2005, in 2021, technology is utilized by traffickers at every phase of sexual exploitation. Human trafficking is a big business and a serious blight on our societies. Comprehensively, discussing human trafficking in the digital age would take far more than a 10-minute presentation. For the purposes of this rather short presentation, I will focus on how the digital era has changed the practices of trafficking and how the general public, government, and organizations need to change in order to protect the most vulnerable: women, children, youth, the poor, and marginalized from these modern forms of slavery. For this presentation, I will discuss two key questions. How has the digital age changed the nature of human trafficking? And how can we stop, or at least slow, human trafficking in the digital age? Question 1, how has the digital age changed the nature of human trafficking? Today, human traffickers use technology for recruitment and advertisement. Human traffickers use digital technologies to research potential victims, looking at their background, history, education, family ties and conflict, networks of friends, and more. Blackmailing young victims with photos and videos of their movements or the threat of exposure or embarrassment is common. Social media is one of the most psychological weapons used by human traffickers to get victims to comply with demands. Because everything on the internet can look professional, human traffickers use passive techniques by setting up fake online companies with job portals and social media marketplaces in order to entice new victims and to keep them engaged in discussion until they are enslaved. In addition to these basic techniques that can be disguised from victims and hidden from authorities who might have jurisdictional limitations in managing trafficking, technology also acts of force multiplier, which enables single traffickers to entice, coerce, and groom multiple victims simultaneously, while also commercializing the exchange of trafficked persons or materials using digital sharing sites and the dark web. In addition to the changing means of trafficking, the financial transactions have increasingly evolved. Although money still dominates the trafficking industry, digital wallets, fintech options, and online banking are growing in use. Over the past year, there has been some evidence of the use of cryptocurrencies in human trafficking transactions. Finally, like with all industries, the digital age has democratized human trafficking. No longer is trafficking a male-dominated industry centralized around organized crime. The face of the human trafficker has become diverse and increasingly female. Small mom and pop shops are now integrated into larger trafficking networks. Often female traffickers take on central roles and male traffickers are moved into the background. Today, it is common for female traffickers to operate the business of trafficking as they are more trusted by victims and less identifiable to law enforcement. Now, moving on to question 2, how can we slow human trafficking in the digital age? It is important to understand that we will likely never stop human trafficking. As mentioned in the introduction to this presentation, forms of human trafficking, prostitution, and slavery have existed in various forms throughout history. So the large question is, how can we slow human trafficking, frustrate the trafficker system and models, and reduce the societal impact of trafficking? Through slowing human trafficking, we may be able to reduce the number of worldwide victims of human trafficking and limit the viability of the industry. Remember, at the core of human trafficking is human greed. If we work collectively to slow trafficking, make financial transactions more difficult, track and monitor known traffickers, and cut off known tools used by traffickers, the business model will become frustrated. A frustrated business model that is less financially viable will be challenged to invest in new technologies and new ways of staying ahead of law enforcement. At the core, the more we engage in a war of frustration, impediments, and global enforcement, the more challenging it becomes for the traffickers to derive a viable business from their trafficking. There are 5 main solutions to reduce human trafficking. 1, share information and actively exchange and cooperate among law enforcement across jurisdictions in order to ensure that perpetrators are unable to exploit soft spaces between jurisdictional boundaries. 2, increase public awareness of tools, ploys, and tactics used by human traffickers. This increased public awareness needs to start at a young age and needs to make its way into disadvantaged and impoverished countries who are the most vulnerable to trafficking. 3, develop globally recognized digital trafficking laws, including upholding extradition requests for human traffickers in order to extend the arm of law enforcement across jurisdictional boundaries. 4, hold digital companies accountable for what is posted, shared, and exchanged over their networks. This can include server farms, where we may be able to ensure companies have some responsibility to monitor what is stored and shared over their networks. Now, I know this solution gets into the issue of personal privacy, but we already break the bounds of privacy by showing security footage of a robbery suspect on the news. What's the difference between a local 7-Eleven providing its security footage and a social media company providing the location of a crime shown on a server? And finally, 5, equipping law enforcement professionals with effective training and tools to stop traffickers. Oliver Onidi, EU anti-trafficking coordinator, stated, "Information and communication technologies have rapidly changed over the criminal landscape, with traffickers adopting new modi operandi to recruit, control, and exploit victims. To address these challenges, we need to increase capabilities of law enforcement, ranging from data processing to decryption capabilities, and develop a broad cooperation framework amongst authorities, internet companies, and civil societies fit for the digital era. A final note is that COVID-19 has made exploitation of people easier, as we are more digitally dependent and isolated than ever before. As we emerge from the pandemic, it is critical to address the growth that has happened in human trafficking and deploy tools, restrictions, and limitations, as well as legislative frameworks in order to slow the spread of this global blight on humanity. In conclusion, human trafficking has increased and become more complicated in the digital age. Traffickers have become more diverse, sophisticated, and stealthy in their procurement of victims and exchange of money. Although we will likely never stop human trafficking, we can slow human trafficking through coordinated law enforcement efforts and sharing of information, public education, legal accountability to digital companies, and legislation at the intergovernmental level to improve cross-jurisdictional action, to reduce human trafficking. Clearly, we need to modernize our legislation and introduce new public policy, while also modernizing the equipment and training of various levels of law enforcement across the globe. Finally, it should be noted that human trafficking is in response to need. As the conference theme is on leading innovation, economy, education, and environmental stewardship, it is important to recognize that we need to lead innovation and not be led by innovation. The leadership of innovation requires us to act as moral agents in the world and direct where, how, and for whom our innovation improves the economy, environment, and people. This reality is no more true than when it comes to our collective moral response to human trafficking in the digital age. Trafficking is on the rise because increasing numbers of people across the globe are vulnerable because of poverty, lack of freedom, broken familial relationships, and abuse. These are the factors that lead to a seemingly endless pipeline of victims for human traffickers. Unless we are prepared to address these core societal needs, we will always be one step behind those who seek to use the weak, marginalized, and disenfranchised for their monetary gain. As with climate change, we must do more than stand by and permit innovation, profit, and greed to drive the future of our societies. We must be prepared to take an active role in leading innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Aliyah Fatima Sharif is a third-year English literature student from Stella Maris College. She's also the president of the Students' Union for the year 2021 to 2022. Today, she will speak on leading innovation in education while focusing on a niche educator, Paulo Freire, and his critically acclaimed work, Pedagogy of the Oppressed. She will be elaborating on the relevance of his ideals in the 21st century, given the digital, class, and caste divide in the world today. Over to you.
Hello, sir. Thank you so much. Good evening to our friends in Canada and good morning to everyone else across India, China, and Africa, and across the globe. My name is Aliyah Fatima Sharif, and in today's paper presentation, I will be elaborating on the topic Innovation in Education in the Digital Age with the Pedagogy of the Oppressed, written by Paulo Freire in 1968 as my primary reference and resource from a theoretical, philosophical, and literature-based point of view. Next slide. On your screen here is the agenda for my talk today. I will be focusing on these 4 points, one after the other. Now, this book was written in a post-colonial context during a socialist reformation in Brazil. It is imperative to note that Freire's work can pave the way to pedagogical success, not only in countries such as India, who are still recovering from the damages of colonialism, but also major developed countries. Because across the world, the dichotomy of the oppressor and the oppressed is still strong, and education is the only real tool towards liberalization. To emphasize my point, let me quote Donaldo Macedo, a distinguished professor of liberal arts and education in the University of Massachusetts, Boston. In his introduction to the 3rd edition of Freire's book says, reading Pedagogy of the Oppressed gave me the inner strength to begin the arduous process of transcending the colonial existence that is almost culturally schizophrenic. Being present, yet not visible. Being visible and yet not present. It is a condition that I painfully experienced in the United States, constantly juggling the power symmetry of the two worlds, two cultures and two languages, while being at the periphery of the intimate yet fragile relationship between the colonizer and the colonized, despite the many years past. Now that we've established that Paulo Freire's work is relevant even today, both in developed as well as developing nations, let us understand who Paulo Freire really was and how his ideologies developed. Paulo Freire was born in 1921 in Recife, that is a center of one of the most extreme situations of poverty and underdevelopment. And as the economic crisis in 1921 in the United States began to affect Brazil, the precarious stability of Freire's middle-class family gave way, and his early sharing of the life of the poor also led him to the discovery of what he describes as the culture of silence, of the dispossessed. He came to realize that rather than being encouraged and equipped to know and respond to the concrete realities of their world, they were kept submerged in a situation in which such critical awareness and response was practically impossible. And it became clear to him that the whole education system was one of the major instruments for the maintenance of this culture of silence. Which is when he decided that he would teach peasants in Latin America and developed his own pedagogical theory thereafter. Now, at first sight, Paulo Freire's method of teaching illiterates in Latin America seems to belong to a different world from that in which we may find ourselves in today. Certainly, it would be absurd to claim that it should be copied here, but there are certain parallels in the two situations that should not be overlooked. Our advanced technological society is rapidly making objects of most of us and subtly programming us into conformity to the logic of its system. To the degree that this happens, we are also becoming submerged in a new culture of silence. Next slide. I would like to talk about the statistics I'm taking over here. My secondary resources are from the NSSO reports and the Indian census data 2001 and 11. Now, India has the second largest school system after China, and the prolonged closure of schools due to COVID-19 has not only caused the wide rift in education inequality to balloon, but also exacerbated existing disparities. A total of 320 million learners in India have been adversely affected and transitioned to the e-learning industry, which comprises a network of 1.5 million schools. Now, while the government endorses India as the supposed flag bearer of the digital revolution and acknowledges that it is a diverse, multilingual country, as shown by the recently drafted new education policy, e-learning platforms cannot replicate the various dialects, the various contexts, and the various lived experiences that are brought together by physical classrooms, and more importantly, an inclusive syllabi. If e-learning is the new normal, the policy must go further to address the feasibility of digitalization and inclusion in terms of syllabi to ensure equity and quality in education. It must factor in the intrinsic divide and the structural inequality, as Dr. Dion had spoken about a little earlier as well, in terms of class, caste, gender, and other economic divides. And to do this, I believe we must go back to the ideas proposed by Freire to develop a praxis. Now, what is a praxis? Praxis to Freire means a combination of reflection on oneself and the world around us, as well as action towards that, which means that true solidarity is needed by the oppressor towards the oppressed, as well as a dialogical problem-posing form of education rather than the banking model of education that has been propagated since centuries along the globe. One example of the banking model of education, which most of us may be familiar with here today, is the Guru Shishya Parampara in India, which Freire talks against. Next slide. Now, coming back to what Freire proposed as a pedagogical solution. A careful analysis of the teacher-student relationship at any level inside or outside the school reveals its fundamentally narrative character. This relationship involves a narrating subject, that is a teacher, and a patient listening object, that is a student. Now, the contents tend in the process of being narrated to become lifeless and petrified. Education is suffering from a narration sickness, Freire says. Teachers speak and the student listens. This is a banking system where teachers are agents of knowledge and students are merely passive listeners. It is a top-down mode of learning. And now, given the online shift, this mode of learning is invariably the most prominent pedagogical format. However, Freire proposes that the problem-posing education is a solution towards developing a true pedagogy of literacy. In the problem-posing education, as the name suggests, it is based in reality and discovery rather than a narration. People develop their power to perceive critically the way they exist in the world, with which and in which they find themselves in. They come to see the world not as a static reality, but a reality in process, in transformation. Hence, the teacher-student and the student-teacher reflect simultaneously on themselves and the world without dichotomizing this reflection from action, and thus establish an authentic form of thought and action. Freire says that the problem-posing education is a revolutionary futurity. Hence, it is prophetic, it is hopeful, it corresponds to the historical nature of humankind. It affirms women and men as beings who transcend themselves, who move forward and look ahead, for whom immobility represents a fatal threat, and for whom looking at the past must only be a means of understanding more clearly what and who they are, so that they can be more wisely built in the future. An introduction of the problem-posing form of education is essential given the transition towards e-learning to enable innovation in education, while disparities across class, caste, and religion is at an all-time high. I would like to conclude by stating Paulo's own words. We need to say no to the neoliberal fatalism that we are witnessing at the end of the century. Informed by the ethics of the market, an ethics in which a minority makes most profits against the lives of the majority. In other words, those who cannot compete die. This is a perverse ethics that in fact lacks ethics. I insist on saying that I continue to be human. I would remain the last educator in the world to say no, I do not accept history as determinism. I embrace history as possibility, where we can demystify the evil of this perverse fatalism that characterizes the neoliberal discourse at the end of the century. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we have all witnessed over the past 2 years, the pandemic has taken a considerable toll among our healthcare professionals. Our next presenter from TWU, Alexa Peters, will be discussing the research behind her senior thesis topic and the research she's carrying out this year to understand how medical professionals have coped with the demands of the pandemic. Alexa is a fourth-year TWU student completing her honors degree in psychology.
Over the last almost 2 years, the majority of the world has been faced with a pandemic that has created disruption, chaos, and stress in the lives of many people. One particular group of people that have been adversely affected by this pandemic are the medical professionals in every community around the world. Healthcare professionals are some of the most important people during a pandemic and times of crisis, as they have extensive education and experience in assessment, emergency care, physical and psychological support, disease prevention, and public health knowledge. Being a frontline healthcare worker during a time of crisis is often associated with decreases in mental health and a struggle to cope effectively due to the extra demands that a pandemic can bring. A great deal of research has confirmed that the COVID-19 crisis encompasses several stressors related to the virus, as well as its impact on one's social, occupational, and financial situation, which put people at risk for lower well-being. Survey-based studies have found that throughout the pandemic, medical professionals' anxiety, depression, and stress levels increased. This decrease in overall mental health among medical professionals is correlated with increased workloads, high risk of disease contraction, and limited access to personal protective equipment. Many medical professionals found that their anxiety increased as the risk for their family and loved ones contracting COVID-19 remained high. Further studies have found that medical professionals have struggled with high levels of stress, fear, and anxiety during the early phases of the pandemic when there are many unknowns involved. This heightened uncertainty affected frontline healthcare workers to a greater extent than the general public. Studies done in countries such as India, China, and Italy have revealed that medical professionals across the globe commonly struggled with the stress associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. Common themes among these studies found that medical professionals experienced feelings of helplessness, hopelessness, and becoming powerless. With there often being no end in sight, medical professionals struggled to continue to have resiliency and determination. Other studies revealed that the increase in social isolation among medical professionals was associated with loneliness. Many healthcare professionals were required to isolate from family members given their proximity to patients who had contracted COVID-19. This isolation was especially common at the early stages of the pandemic when we know little about the virus or how virulent it was. Due to being separated from family and friends, medical professionals found there was a decrease in social outlets around them to access. All of these themes reveal that the medical professionals in many countries face stress, anxiety, and often a detriment in their coping abilities. I'm spending the next year working on my senior thesis in psychology in order to better understand the impact of COVID-19 on healthcare professionals. Through this research, it has become evident that many studies have focused on a survey approach rather than an in-depth qualitative approach. Many studies use self-administered questionnaires online to gain data from the medical professionals in a particular area. Many of these questionnaires were 5 to 10 item questions to gain evidence quickly. While this was convenient for the particular time, the limitation of in-depth explanations and evidence has occurred. Many studies cite that future research must dive deeper into this phenomenon and discuss further what medical professionals experienced at a deeper intrapsychic level during this pandemic. There's also been limited research conducted in Canada, and particularly our western province of British Columbia, on this phenomenon. With limited research done on the surrounding medical professional community, as well as a small amount of qualitative in-depth literature, I decided to research this topic further. The study I am conducting is taking a qualitative approach to examine what helped and what hindered the coping and stressors of medical professionals during the lockdown of 2020, as well as following the lockdown. A critical incident technique is being used to examine this phenomenon through online interviews with medical professionals from different areas within the community. The participants come from different professions who are on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic and include doctors, nurses, nurse practitioners, and those participants currently working in areas such as the emergency department, COVID-19 site, community health, and the intensive care units. I've commenced interviewing participants for the study, and it is incredible to hear the firsthand stories of medical professionals and what they had to experience throughout this pandemic. It is clear to me that we have heroes all around the world who have stepped up and put themselves in physical, emotional, and relational risk to keep our communities together. They've gone to war with this pandemic so that we can live our lives in peace and security. Many of them are living with PTSD and emotional baggage, not unlike that of soldiers returning from conflict. There are many benefits that may arise following this study. The community, and specifically British Columbia, may benefit in the increased understanding of the current on long-term needs of our healthcare community. Providing research can allow for greater patience within the community towards medical professionals, as well as the potential for increased resources surrounding medical professionals for the current pandemic, as well as future public health crises. Through exploring this phenomenon, data will be gathered to further identify healthcare workers' coping strategies and resilience was affected during this pandemic, as well as how communities and organizations can further support healthcare workers during the time of crisis. This research has been fascinating, and I'm looking forward to conducting the rest of the interviews and conducting analysis on the themes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our final student presentation will be given by Manaswini Kannan, who is a third-year accounting and finance student from Stella Maris College. She's the cultural secretary of the Students' Union for the year 2021-2022. Today, she will be speaking on leading innovation in society while focusing on patriarchal paradigms built into economy and politics. Her presentation also includes aspects on women leaders, entrepreneurs, and how visibility plays an important role in representation. Go ahead, Manaswini.
Good evening. Thank you so much, sir. Good evening to our friends in Canada, and good morning to everyone else around the world. Thank you for joining in. I'm Manaswini from Stella Maris College, and I will be speaking on the patriarchal paradigms built into economy and politics. So when I say gender discrimination, what do you think of first? Do you think of the baby girls killed before they have a chance to breathe? Or do you think of the girls who have stories and dreams for ages, but are forced to watch them fade away like the steam in a kitchen? Now, I'm here before you today because I am one of the privileged ones, because my education has never been a question mark. My rights have never been mere allowances, and my voice has always been my own. And it is because of this voice that I have been granted not only the opportunity, but also the duty to speak on this issue and what it means for women, and not only of this country, but all around the world. Next slide, please. Right now, we live in a rather paradoxical world. Now, I say paradoxical because while the term women empowerment has become a global catchphrase, it's hard to ignore the fact that so many of our leaders who use the phrase are male. Now, when we say a patriarchal paradigm, we refer to a society that's majorly dominated by men, be it the familial institution, the economic realm, or even the political arena for that matter. Today, I specifically want to address the need for bringing more female figureheads and leaders in the economic and political spheres. Out of the top global 500 businesses of the world, only 23 of them have female CEOs. And of the 192 countries of the world, only 24 of them currently have female heads of states. Now, that amounts to 4.6% of female leaders in the economic sphere and 12.5% of female leaders in the political sphere. Of course, these are those that would argue that when compared to statistics in the past, these numbers show progress in reducing gender inequalities. However, consider the fact that if we were to allow female figureheads and leaders in the economic and political spheres, it may be decades before we reach a point of true visibility and equality in representation. We, who are about half of the world's population, who form the backbone of every family, every community, and every country, should not have to satisfy ourselves with a snail-paced change. The fields of economics and politics literally translate to control over money and power. And leaders in these fields are those that influence decisions of how money and power are distributed in this world. They are, without a doubt, two of the most essential and dominant factors that inform the state of the world today. And yet, these are also two areas where the presence of women remains gravely underdeveloped. Next slide, please. Women empowerment is the need of the hour, especially in a country like India, where we are still trying to eradicate the traditionally rooted mindset of viewing girls as burdens to bear or objects to be given and taken. If we are to make a radical difference in the social, cultural, and even the education status of women in India, or even the world at large for that matter, we must put the reins of change in the hands of women as well. In other words, we must see the rise of queens in these historical kingdom of economics and politics. Next slide. Patriarchal paradigms are affected through unequal treatment of women. For example, wage gap is the biggest factor, as money plays an integral role in shaping a woman's independence. If the financial motivator is unequal, it is often demoralizing for a woman to even work. Due to the lack of contractual information on the fixation of wages, women are discriminated against and are rendered voiceless. Globally, women make 77 cents for every dollar that a man earns for the same amount of work. Although women make up for only 39% of the global workforce, they represented 54% of the overall job losses as of May due to the pandemic. Now, by increasing visibility and participation of women in the top tier management, we could significantly reduce this wage gap. Institutions like the International Monetary Fund have called on governments to step up their support for female workers. These measures could include passing more favorable parental leave laws for both the genders, increasing the minimum wage gap, and even subsidizing the childcare costs. Now, if we may take a moment here, notice that in all these discussions surrounding gender inequality and how it manifests in our system, statistics plays a major role. It is through the statistics, through the discussions surrounding the percentage of women in the workforce and in legislature, that we gain insight into reality and the change that is slowly but surely taking place. But consider this. the numbers we make note of do not merely reflect gender dynamics in the institutions, but it actively affects it. Over the years, the increase of women taking more vocal and visible roles in politics and in business has led to a great deal of positive change in public spheres, especially when it comes to the acceptance of self-sufficient working women and her independent aspirations. So it becomes clear that if we are to accelerate the process towards gender parity, then we must take active measures to increase both the representation and the visibility of female leaders and change makers. Now, when examining this question of why we remain lacking when it comes to women at the top tier level, in spite of having women that ever playing active roles in society, there are many factors to consider. Apart from gender discrimination and the comparative lack of financial and political literacy among women, we must also consider the issue of precedence. A major reason for women not aspiring to rise to the very top level, be it as heads of states or heads of companies, is the dishearteningly small number of role models to look up to. It does make a difference for women entering the corporates and parliaments to be able to see themselves represented, to see a voice for themselves at all levels, be it for taking guidance or just as assurance to your dream. Next slide. Take, for instance, the Women's Reservation Bill, which proposes that 1/3 of the seats in the legislature, both at the national level and at the state level, be reserved for women. This is a bill that women rights activists have attempted to make a reality for the past 24 years. In fact, reservation for women in parliament has been implemented to much success in many countries, both developed and developing around the world. Creating that little space for women in key political decisions and lawmaking is an essential step towards a society where gender equality is no longer an aspiration but a norm. Yet, the passing of this necessary piece of legislation remains an ongoing struggle. While there are those who would argue that change must occur organically and not be enforced through policy, I would like to put forth that while it would be heartening to see women be rightfully represented according to half of the world population we occupy, the fact remains that that day is a long way off. While such deliberate changes in the structure of our system are often met with much resistance as the Women's Reservation Bill faces, it is through such bold actions such as mandatory reservations that we can make a difference in the mindset of people as well. Next slide, please. In the midst of all these, we must also be wary of the dangers of tokenism. Just because we've had a female prime minister, a president, and a chief minister, it doesn't translate to equality being gender discrimination, and gender inequality is still prevalent. For example, the groundbreaking political career of Selvi J. Jayalalitha is often cited by Tamil politicians to express the idea that Tamil Nadu has made leaps and bounds in creating proper representation for women in politics. However, they ignore the fact that the very same woman had to personify herself as a mother figure in order to be accepted by her party members and the voters. For a woman to claim positions of power, she has to appear and behave in a modest way. Compared manner, least she be deemed hysterical. Next slide, please. Now, there are thousands of more stories I could tell you and 1,000 more quotes I could give you. But we've heard more than enough inspirational sentiments all our life. If I could have you remember just one thing from this entire speech, it is this, that this is a battle we cannot lose. For the brave women whose blood, sweat, and tears have brought us this far, and for the young girls yet to be born who deserve a better world than the one we currently have to offer, we will persevere and we will rise, because we cannot afford to lose this battle. Thank you.
Thank you so much for our enlightening student presentations today. I'm now going to invite Dr. Phil Laird, Vice President of Innovation, Global and Academic Partnerships at Trinity Western University, to engage in a panel discussion with the student presenters.
Thank you for all of your great presentations. And we're going to go into a time of discussing the talks that we've had from our students. I hope you've all enjoyed them. And it's great to see the young people of the next generation thinking about big issues and important issues that are going to affect us for years to come. I'm going to start with a question for Mackenzie, who spoke first. You spoke about government action regarding human trafficking. What are some things average people in society, just like you and me, and maybe our children or young people, can do to reduce human trafficking in the digital age?
Yeah, I think that the first two things that come to mind are public awareness and understanding how traffickers go about recruiting victims. So today, as I talked about, that is through technology. And so I think understanding how they do this through technology, through social media sites and fake profiles, fake job postings, is important, because then we can identify people who may be being trafficked, and we can try to stop this, and we can also identify ourselves, if something we see may be fake or may be something that's not trustworthy.
Good. And parents probably play a role in that too, parents and teachers. I think, one of the things that's important to understand is that, parents and teachers have to become tuned into these things. I think a lot of parents and even teachers in schools kind of close their ears and their eyes and they pretend it's not happening. But they've got to become informed so that they can help young people as young as they can help them to figure these things out.
Yeah, I think that people don't want to think about this topic being associated with people so young. But the truth of the matter is that it's affecting people at younger ages now. And so we do have to become informed on these issues, and parents and teachers and role models for these young children have to become aware of the issues so that they can help stop it.
Good. I got a question for Aliyah. So I see you there on the screen. So India last year, 2020, established a new education policy, a new policy for the education. So my question is a question about education and sort of the digital divide and improving our education system. But my question is a little complicated one. How can India work to bring the best practices of education into India from around the world, while at the same time ensuring that India doesn't become educationally or culturally sort of colonized by way of education? So there's a question, maybe a tough question for you, but it relates to your technology and things you've talked about.
Right. Yes, Dr. Lade. Actually, that is a very important part of the conversation I spoke about a little earlier as well. That right now we are going through a lot of technological divide in terms of not only caste, class, religion, gender. But what we need to do right now, that's one of the reasons why I took up this particular text from 1969 all the way from Brazil, instead of taking something that was maybe written in my own country. So what we got to do over here is, a major point is, include those who are actually kept on the periphery while designing your own pedagogy. Very often that does not happen. The people who design a pedagogy are from a very different background from those who are majorly affected by it, right? A lot of the people in parliament today do not represent a majority of our nation. So as I spoke about today as well, what we need is proper representation. And when that comes in, I believe we can take in ideas from the entire world, as well as put in what we really want. Because our lived experiences cannot be replicated anywhere else. The lived experiences in a developed country or a war-torn country cannot apply here. What applies here is what we have lived through. And which is why I believe that if we have to bring in a solution in terms of pedagogy, even the new education policy, moving forward in terms of digitalization, it's important to include the real stakeholders. A similar situation happened, I may be detouring over here, with the farm laws recently. When you include the real stakeholders while making legislation, it is bound to work. Yes, that's it.
I have a question I'll ask you later, but I'll move on, because the question I have is around how, maybe you can think about it and then I'll ask you later. The question is around how do you innovate and change and ask stakeholders, but ensure that stakeholders don't drag you back to the old ways of doing things. This conference is on leading innovation. So innovation is about change.
So think about that question. I'll come back to you in a minute. I've got a question for Malasvini. So my question is, you talk about, in your presentation, there was discussion about women and women's empowerment, and this is being critical. So when I teach on empowerment, when I teach about team leadership and conflict resolution, we pair two things together, empowerment and delayering. And we say delayering is a critical component to empowerment because delayering provides closer proximity to those who are empowered with power and making choices. So I'd like you to talk about women's empowerment in India in the context, and it's been talked about for a long time. And I have questions about maybe the core issue is not empowerment as much as maybe it's delayering and helping women to get into positions of prominence and power and closer relationships to power.
Well, actually, as I mentioned in my presentation, we as women have very few role models to look up to, right? So when you have a representation, a voice for yourself, you see yourself there. Now, let's see, from a very young age, you subconsciously believe and you see men in bigger positions, be it in the family, major schools have principals who are of the opposite gender. So you tend to tell yourself that this is probably not where women belong. Now, let's say rather, if you've seen any other woman, or probably your mother make important decisions, you know you can do it. Role models demonstrate the mindset and behaviors of how you basically rise. So in short, seeing is believing. You see somebody do it, you believe you can be there too. So that sort of a representation for women, I feel, is missing in our country. And when a role model is shown to you and says, you can do it, when I can do it, you can do it, why not? So that's the sort of motivation and requirement we women need for empowerment.
Now I'm going to ask another question of you, and I hope I'm not insensitive, because I am clearly not an Indian woman. And so it might be tough for me to ask this question. But when I've traveled to India, one of the things I've observed and heard is that often women can move into positions of leadership in India, but they're still required to bear all of the household responsibilities. So taking on leadership, taking on executive roles just means you've got like 2 full-time jobs or 3 or 4, and the workload is harder and heavier. And so women carry sort of a double burden in India to achieve and to develop. What do you think is the responsibility of men, husbands, for women to really be empowered in India?
Well, I think sharing work, firstly, at home, because mainly what we say is the house belongs to the woman. Anything that is done inside the house has to be done by the woman. Basic, very small things like helping us clean things or organize stuff in order. And even for that matter, raising a child is solely a mother's responsibility. When a child is not raised in the right manner, a person is very tend to blame the mother, whereas both the parents are supposed to be equally involved, but I think that is not done the right way, or the equal amount of effort and energy is not put by both the parents. So very small minimalistic things and just support in general, and saying, or even for that matter, people here ask, will you allow your wife to work after you're getting married? Well, the concept of allowing a woman to work should not exist. You are nobody to allow somebody to do something. You don't possess any sort of, you don't have any right on them, be it your mother, your wife, or anybody. So very small roles of support and just reassurance can help us go a long way.
Okay, great, thank you, good answer. And I think those are important things that we have to remember in understanding how empowerment is really going to happen. And it doesn't happen at a government level or at a policy level. I think it happens in every home in India and around the world. I'm going to ask Alexa a question. Now, Alexa, I know you because you're one of the senior thesis students in psychology. But you not only presented on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on healthcare workers, but you live in a home with healthcare workers in terms of your parents. So I'd like you to talk about your experience as a child of healthcare professionals and what it was like to watch your parents battle the pandemic every day and go to work, and what it was like to be the child of healthcare professionals.
Yeah, so really I think watching my parents go through the pandemic is what inspired me to want to research this topic, because I saw the difficulty they went through and the struggles they went through. I mean, initially at the beginning of the pandemic, they were coming home and they were immediately showering and throwing their clothes in the laundry because they didn't know if the virus was transmitted on clothing. They were isolating. We couldn't really see anyone. We were stuck in our home because they were healthcare workers exposed to people with COVID-19. And at that point, they didn't really know what effective PPE fully looked like. And I think as it went forward and they gained some more knowledge, they were still working a lot hands-on at the COVID testing site, but they were exhausted. And I saw people, I just really got to see hands-on how exhausted healthcare workers were throughout the pandemic. They were tired, they were burnt out, they were working 7 days a week, long hours, and they were doing it because they wanted to serve the community and they wanted to prevent this pandemic from getting worse. So I think I just got a hands-on look and a front seat at the effects and how, it was really hard on healthcare workers.
Thank you. There's a question here from Derek from Mackenzie. In your research, have you been able to identify some of the root causes that leads to young people being lured by traffickers? So children and youth with a difficult home life, lack of father figures, depression, loneliness. These are some of the things that Derek mentions. But what have you learned? And you're taking a class on the issue of human trafficking. So what have you learned in your class and your research?
Yeah, so I think all of these are good key points. I think a big one is a difficult home life, specifically associated with trauma. So people who have experienced previous abuse, whether that be in the home or outside of the home, are a lot more susceptible to being trafficked. In addition, youth at risk. So that could be seen in foster care, where you don't have kind of that role model of a parental figure, are a lot more susceptible. And then in impoverished areas, we do see higher rates. And that could be for a lot of factors, including a difficult home life. We also see children are getting recruited younger now. I think with technology, the ability of traffickers to kind of expand their victim base has grown. They're no longer limited to having to recruit people in person. They can do this online and recruit multiple people, exploit multiple people at one time, which I think has increased the people that are susceptible to being lured by traffickers.
Good. Now, great conversation we've had, and I asked Alea a question early on, but I'm getting old. So I'm a little embarrassed about this, but I can't actually remember the question I asked you. But I remember it was a good question, so you might remember the question. So if you have an answer ready, I'm going to turn it over to you, Alea, and you can answer the question that I asked earlier. Maybe rephrase the question if you wrote it down. I can't remember if you did.
Yes, sir. So you had spoken about how when you include various stakeholders, how do you make sure that you innovate in such a way that they do not go back to the old system? To which actually I would like to again stress upon how if we bring in the real stakeholders, they have the lived experiences, and now especially since the digital revolution is coming along and after COVID-19, we know that we want systemic change. As a student myself, I've experienced these 12 years of education in various syllabuses across various places inside India as well. So as a student of this system at this point, I know I need systemic change. And when someone's coming from this experiential, from a place of experience, I think there is a very little chance of us trying to go back, because no one wants to go back to where we felt all of these difficulties all these while, right? So I think that is a very important point to think about. Obviously, it is scary because there are chances we haven't experienced what everyone else is going through. So there are chances we may just go back to the easier way, the way we're used to. But I feel that if we want real change, it is possible when we bring in the lived realities into consideration, just how Freire had mentioned in his book as well.
Good. Now, you mentioned, a question from Haifa to you. What made you choose Paulo Freire's work instead of someone more famous and actively cited in pedagogical discourse like Gerald Graff or Stanley Aronowitz?
Yes, so this is something I was excited about. a lot of the times what happens is there's a reason why Freire's work is marginalized. We can look at it in two contexts. One is the developed context and the developing context. But something you notice with the way Freire has written his work is he's pretty Marxist in his nature. And the words he uses, he doesn't go for euphemisms. He tries to represent what he sees around him and what he believes can actually make a difference the way it is. So you don't see euphemisms for words like ethnic fragmentation or genocide or anything of that. He specifies, yes, this is what it is. This is how we go about it. So that is one thing that I really liked about Freire as well. And I would like to talk about why Freire isn't that common in most of our institutions today. So there are two reasons I feel. One is a level of censorship, because when you come from a country like India, which is ready to fight for their rights to a major degree, we have in so many years to come. We have gotten rid of colonization only 75 years. That's a very short time. So there is a high level of censorship that comes in most of our education policies. People decide what they want the students to learn. They distort history to a great extent, which is why books like Freire, which are so outright and which say that there is something wrong, we have to do something about it, are not encouraged. And that is why I wanted to take up something like this and talk about that from a global perspective.
Question for Alexa. So you're doing qualitative research. So you talked about in your presentation that much of the research out there has been survey research and questionnaire, what we call quick and dirty research, right? You go out there, you put it online, and you get a bunch of responses. But you want to do in-depth research. And I know you have to let the data speak to you through a qualitative research project. But what do you think will emerge as key themes in your research as you go through this project?
Yeah, so I haven't done the analysis part yet, but I have conducted a few interviews so far. And I think a really common theme that I'm seeing so far is that social support plays a key role in coping mechanisms, and also the work environment, whether that was a positive or negative experience for them. It really either helped or hindered their coping. And also I think if people are able to show resilience through a troubled time, whether that's through, adapting to the changes and conducting their social groups on Zoom. But you can really see that some people were very hindered if they weren't able to, have that resilience and be able to adapt in times of crisis.
Good, thank you. Yeah. Question for Malasvini. And I'm going to rephrase the question. There's a question up there. I'm going to rephrase it. So you talked about women's role models, and I think women's role models. And the question is, why is it so important to have role models, which is the part of the question. Second question has to do with hope, and why do some people have to see a future to see themselves in a future, if that makes sense. And this relates to why role models are so important, but I'd like you to think about that and answer a question in terms of women's empowerment.
Right, so the representation part of it is what plays a major role. So seeing is believing, as I said previously. You see something and you want to believe you can be able to do that too. That's why role models are very important. And hope is everything, according to me. Hope for the future or hope for anything in the coming days. Hope is everything, especially in such a time where we live in because of the pandemic and everything that's going around us. Hope is what keeps us going. So as women, we need to see, we have to hope for ourselves to outperform ourselves and other women in the same field. So hope, according to me, is everything, be it the future, present, or anything. So hope plays a very, very important role in shaping you and your future.
Okay. Great conversation with all of you. Now I'm going to go off script, if that's okay. I'm going to talk about something that none of you have talked about, okay? But we just had last week one of the biggest climate change summits around the world. And Chennai last week had massive flooding in a monsoon. And you sent us a massive flood that we have. We're in a emergency situation, a provincial emergency, because we've had massive flooding and washouts. This year we had forest fires like we've never seen. So you're the young generation, the next generation. What do you think of and how do you feel about people like me who are older when you see what's happening to our environment? What does it make you feel like? What does it make you think about our responsibility as leaders and adults when you're having to live with these kinds of challenges today? Anyone?
Okay, I'll begin then.
Okay.
So how does that make me feel? To be very honest, I feel that that generation could have done a lot more. We realized that climate change was a big issue back when it was our grandparents' generation, to be very honest. Ever since the Industrial Revolution, not long after it began, we realized that it is having a very bad effect on the climate. So we could have had a lot more damage control if we began to think about damage control back when in your generation. So that's what I feel.
Anyone else?
I think what's interesting to me is that I still encounter people who deny that climate change is a thing. And to me, that's just so surprising because you have these events. I mean, in BC over the summer, we had the hottest temperatures that BC has ever reached. And I think that that's just the fact that people can still deny that something is happening and that people aren't going about making change, because it is the world that we're living on. If the world doesn't exist, we don't exist. So I think that it's important to, acknowledge that this is happening and take steps to trying to find a solution or to, slow the progress of climate change so that we can live, basically.
So I think only our generation understands the importance of climate change, whereas Dr. Lay, your generation, not many understand the importance of it. They don't really know what it can do to our environment. And it's probably just us being the advocates. There is no enough knowledge about it in our previous generation. So I think it's also partly our responsibility to take it to the people and tell them what you have done to our environment and how we are trying to rectify it right now. But it's too late, is what I think.
Yeah, similar to that, I feel like the reason maybe why your generation doesn't know as much is because our age has had so much social media use, and there's the ability to spread knowledge about, say, the flooding or why it's happening, or maybe why climate change may contribute to that. And so I think maybe there's some hope in that more people can know about why it's happening and resources about that. Whereas maybe in your generation, you knew if you read in the textbooks or stuff like that, right? Whereas maybe we have more resources now.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll speak a little bit for my generation. We're wrapping up right now. We knew. So to say we didn't know is an excuse. We knew, but we really wanted to have the world we wanted to have. We wanted to have cars. We wanted to have SUVs. We wanted to have big houses. Our generation wanted to have a lot of stuff. And now we're paying the price for those choices. And I think that's just the reality. And we have to acknowledge that we have a responsibility now to try to clean things up with what time we have left. I want to thank you guys from India, and I look forward to visiting Chennai sometime soon and seeing you. And thank you for being part of our Student Speak panel session. Alexa, Mackenzie, Alea, and Manasvina, thank you so much, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you again, Dr. Laird and the team there. We're now going to take a 10-minute break as we transition into the regular innovation series time. All of you who are attending the conference will put on a scrolling video for the next 10 minutes, and you can take a brief break while those coming to the innovation series join with us. The next hour will be devoted to a discussion about environmental stewardship in an age of innovation, indigenous perspectives on land and people with the TWU CM, Patricia Victor. Following the innovation series installment, we'll come back together and conclude the conference. Thank you.
It's great to have you join us for the fourth installment of 2021 Trinity Western University's Innovation Series. This installment is taking place with the 6th annual TWU Stella Maris Leadership Conference. We are grateful for all those who have joined us today. As we start this special installment of the Innovation Series, I would like to acknowledge that Trinity Western University Langley campus is located on the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Stolo people. I have 3 instructions before we all get started. First, as is our tradition, let's get to know each other by typing your name and location in the chat box. Feel free to chat throughout the session in the spirit of collaboration. Let's also welcome those joining us for the first time. Let us know who you are in the collaborative space. Second, the Q&A portal will be enabled during the talk for today's session, which will be followed by an interactive Q&A session with our speaker and host. As we move towards the Q&A session, we will select a few questions from the Q&A portal and have them discussed by our host, Rebecca Swaim. You may include your email along with your query, and if we're not able to answer your questions live, we will have a response for you later on. You will also be able to add your comments and views to the questions in the Q&A portal. We welcome everyone's input. And third, please provide feedback in our poll at the end of the session today so that we can keep improving these sessions. Welcome to the Innovation Space. My name is Sushil Rajaratnam, and I'm the project strategist of the Innovation Series, and it's my privilege to welcome you all here today. In keeping with the overarching theme of the TWU SMC conference, Leading Innovation, Economy, Education, and Environmental Stewardship, this installment is devoted to understanding environmental stewardship. As we are reminded during these perilous times that climate change and the after effects of the pandemic have affected us all, it is clear that we need to alter our comfortable ways of letting the existing economical structures feed our daily needs and seek new environmentally responsible solutions for humanity. As innovators, we are here to innovate our ways of knowing and thinking and ensure we come to the heart of the matter, which is building connections with our communities, our teams, and partners as responsible stewards. We also need to connect to nature and our environment and protect what God has given us. As the floods have impacted both our partners in Chennai and here in BC, and the communities close to our campus here in Langley, we've been reminded that climate change is here and it is a reality. The devastation we have seen is without prejudice, and it has affected many around the world, regardless of class, gender, race, and language. As leaders, we are here to be stewards of the world and ensure that we provide a healthy and sustainable environment for our children and their children. We hope our series has been a source of inspiration and a channel for you to get equipped and stay connected with the new friends and colleagues you make each session. Today, our own Patricia Victor, TWU Siam, will be sharing her inspiring story through a talk on environmental sustainability in an age of innovation, indigenous perspectives on land and people. Patricia Victor is the TWU Siam and the director of Institute of Indigenous Issues and Perspectives at TWU. Patricia is Stolo from Chiam First Nation, BC. She's also the pastor of First Nations Church in Chilliwack and an ordained minister with the Pentecostal Assemblies of Canada. Stolo means people of the river, and I quote, "We are walking beside the Fraser River, hearing stories and history. We are looking at the current context, at what we're doing today, and this is having an impact on Stolo people." By walking the lands together, Patricia Victor helps the TW community to look at Stolo as part of their sustenance. I cannot think of a better model for being a good steward to your community and your environment and sharing your culture with others. At Trinity Western University, Siam, Patricia Victor supports Aboriginal students directly as a coach and mentor and works closely with faculty to ensure that Aboriginal perspectives are integrated in all disciplines. Patricia is accompanied by her son, Chief Andrew Victor. It's also a privilege to welcome back Rebecca Swaim, the Executive Director of TW Richmond. who is our guest host for today's session. Rebecca has been part of the development of TWU Richmond from an idea back in 2014 to a campus that now operates in 2 locations with over 1,000 students. Rebecca has also lived in Shanghai, China, where she worked and studied Mandarin. Please welcome our speaker for today, Patricia Victor.
A swale Chelsayaya, Patlixia Chelsqui, Latucha Queltstat. I am Patty Victor, Stalo of Chiam First Nation. Stalo is one of many Indigenous sovereign nations of Canada. Land was and is the center of controversy and dispute between the dominant society and Indigenous people. The desire of the colonizer to dominate the land did not fit with an Indigenous identity that saw itself as part of creation. The Stalo believe that they have been here since time immemorial. According to creation stories, the Stalo are descended from the sky people and the earth people, and were given their territory, or Saltumuch, by the great creator. Oral histories surrounding the great creator in the beginning of the world have been passed down through the generations until the present day. To understand Stalo culture and history, one must appreciate the relationships that built them. The Stalo have developed relationships with the land, water, and air, and these relationships have changed over time. The Stalo has special family relationships with animals and plants, and certain physical landforms that make up the non-human living components of their territory. They live in a world where transformations are not only accepted, but are essential to their understanding of how the world came into being and how it will unfold in the future. According to research by First Nation Health Authority, the holistic, interconnected, spiritual, and sacred connection to land has been identified as the central basis of the health and well-being of First Peoples in Canada. Although conceptualizations and understandings differ between Indigenous nations, communities, and even families, this broad connection between land and health for Indigenous people come from an ancient and deep respect for the land, embodied in the spiritual concept of Earth as Sacred Mother. From this perspective, the land provides everything needed to live a life of good health, including access to medicines, food, water, clean air, and spiritual connections. Throughout the nation of Canada, there have been some treaties negotiated with Indigenous peoples. However, in British Columbia, a majority of the province is located on the unceded traditional territories of First Peoples, land that was never legally surrendered or subject to treaty negotiations. First Peoples continue to live on their traditional territories in government-defined reserves, as well as both urban and rural areas. Today, First Peoples hold to the traditional teachings passed down to them through the generations. First Peoples' relationship with the land has been disrupted by ongoing colonialism, which continues to undermine First Peoples' self-determination, dispossess people of their lands, and impose environmental degradation. A common belief for Stalo people is that everything is interconnected, and this concept was relayed in the word Letsamot. For knowledge keeper Virginia Peters from Sta'elas, being Letsamot is working together in a really good way to be stronger, because the more people can get moving together with a good heart, a good mind, and a good spirit, the more they are able to make things smoother, and then we can really accomplish a whole lot more. This interconnection is part of the spiritual and ceremonial roots that ground Stalo people's way of living. Well-being is impacted by land for the Stalo because of the deep understanding that people are connected to all things, living and not, to maintain the balance of the land, water, territory, and self. Importantly, the land was not seen as a distinct entity separate from the people. For the Stalo, everything is connected, and the living and the non-living are in balance as one. Knowledge keeper Wendy Ritchie from Skalkale shared her origin story as it was told to her to illustrate how important it is to explain Letsamot by starting at the beginning. In the creation story by Wendy, people are created from the earth and take up their place in the world. That includes the non-human kin and the non-living kin. The salmon, the berries, and other beings offer themselves to the people rather than being considered resources to be taken and used by humans. The people are of the land and therefore have a responsibility to do their part to maintain balance. The impacts of colonialism and intergenerational trauma include disrupting connections between family, land, and culture. As the website of Chiam First Nation states so clearly, the Chiam have lived in Saltumbuth for thousands of years. We have never ceded or surrendered title to our lands, rights to our resources, or authority to make decisions within our territory. Indian reserves are the remnants of our land. They are the bits and pieces of our sovereignty, of our culture that have survived. They are monuments of our victory against extinction. They are symbols of continuing struggle against our oppression by the Europeans. Today, an Indian reserve is a jail. Tomorrow, it should be the basis of independence. Land cannot be separated from spirituality or life. It is not a category that exists for an Indigenous communal identity. It is a description of Indigenous communal life. Land includes the visible and invisible, or the physical and metaphysical. Ray Aldridge, a Cree elder, in his book, Land is Sacred, observes this in the practice of extending identity to include the ancestors, as well as the coming generations. These persons can be seen in the shared memory of land narratives. Indigenous story and legends have a reciprocal nature with land. The land contains the stories of Indigenous people, and Indigenous people give voice to the story of the land. These stories and knowledge are retained by the elders, passed on to succeeding generations, which form a shared memory. There needs to be a desire for a relationship with the newcomers that fit with the desire to preserve a relationship with land for future generations. It must be understood that land was not something owned, but it is a gift from the Creator and a home for now, but for future generations as well. In the language of the Stalo people, Tomuyuk is the way that we need to live, ensuring that how we fish and hunt and gather follows the teachings of our old ones, only taking what we need so that there is plenty for the next generations. Always keeping in mind that what we do today, our actions, impacts the next 7 generations. Life is sacred, and we must live intentionally seeking proper relatedness on the land. We are people who are related to the land, and as the new people arrive, we must seek harmony and help the other to see the land and the Indigenous people as relatives. This will require greater communication and an openness to sharing. This is based on proper protocol that allows each the dignity and respect to be who the Creator made each group to be. And at the same time, it allows for the possibility of a shared narrative and shared identity that includes land. This provides hope of a better way forward and is moving us toward true human beings, connected to land, connected to one another, and connected to our Creator. Many times we see leadership in environmental issues as being confrontational. Environmental blockades disrupting the exploitation and destruction of forests, rivers, and other biodiverse places have been one of the most contentious forms of political action. Throughout my own lifetime, I have seen Indigenous leaders standing up for their sovereign rights. Remembering the Oka crisis in 1990, where the Mohawk contended that the land, which included a Mohawk cemetery, was their Aboriginal territory and sacred to them, and protested the expansion of a golf course and condominiums. Today, we've seen people from all walks of life take to the streets, blockade ports, occupy government buildings, and even interrupt rail service across the country in solidarity with the Wet'suwet'en people who are being forced to put their lives on the line in an effort to protect their territory and their rights. When we find ourselves in a place where there is no intention to hear or understand one another, the only avenue left for Indigenous people to protect their land, their constitutional rights, is to aggressively take a stand. Recently, I was part of a research team that focused on environmental impacts on the Stalo, also known as the Fraser River. We listened to Indigenous knowledge keepers, the scientists, philosophers, historians, writers, and artists, and came to the conclusion that there is a problem to be solved, and the answer lies within hearing all the voices. Together, we can find ways forward to faithfully steward the land. Today, we need to collaborate with one another. Federal, provincial, business, Indigenous leaders, listening to hear and understand, collaborating together in harmony. Letsamat, one mind. Letsathala, one heart. As of October 2019, British Columbia is the first province in Canada to formally put forward new legislation that will put the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People into action by aligning its provincial laws with the Declaration. The UN Declaration emphasizes the Indigenous people's rights to live in dignity, to maintain and strengthen Indigenous institutions, cultures, and traditions, and to pursue self-determined development in keeping with Indigenous needs and aspirations. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission called for the UN Declaration to be used as a framework for moving toward true and lasting reconciliation. The province is legally obligated to consult and accommodate First Nations on land and resource decisions that could impact their Indigenous interests. There is a new Environmental Assessment Act, which is required to use the best available science, Indigenous knowledge, and local knowledge in decision-making under this Act. Today's Indigenous leadership models collaboration. In the northern half of Skeena region, 3 nations, the Tahltan, Kaska, and Tlingit, are co-designing an approach to shared management of resource values across the territories with the province. Collaborative wildlife management is their key focus. The Nutsa Nation Council, which represents the communities of St. Mary's, Lower Kootenay, and Tobacco Plains in southern British Columbia, is collaborating to inform stewardship decisions based on cultural values, on environmental stewardship with wildlife and the huckleberries. 5 Nicola chiefs representing Upper Nicola, Coldwater, Lower Nicola, Shakan, and Nuik negotiated a memorandum of understanding to work in partnership with the province to sustainably govern water resources in the Nicola watershed. Their focus is on water management, governance, and capacity building. The Sokhtumuth Stewardship Alliance, united under the Stalo Strategic Engagement Agreement, includes leaders of Chiam, Kwakwakaplet, Skowlitz, Skoluk, Squaw, Sumas, Yale, Athlets, Shwe, Skokale, Suwali, Squayala, Chiachtan, and Yakuikius. Their aim is to develop a common stewardship vision based upon Stalo values and the Sokhtumuth Use Plan, as well as provincial interests and objectives. Indigenous people closely connected with the land help define a spiritual way of living. It is situated in the land and is simply living in a good way in all my relationships. Indigenous writer Randy Woodley, in his book Shalom and the Community of Creation and Indigenous Vision, points to harmony or shalom and a healing of all relationships. This holism that would add to the common good and could reinvigorate thoughts about proper relatedness. Indigenous conceptions of land and the spirituality flowing out of that land enlarge the conversation. Ray Aldred offers 4 principles of the spirituality flowing from the land as the right of all peoples upon the land for a peaceful existence, the right to live in connection and access with the land, the right to be sustained by the bounty of Mother Earth, and the right to be who the Creator meant us to be. Recently, my granddaughter shared from her heart a vision of the world that her generation would live as Stalo people, living on the land as her ancestors did, that it would not just be a memory, but a lived experience. In closing, I echo the words of Chief Andrew Victor that was written to the Chiam people, and this is what he writes: "We have lots of work to do. I pray that our actions will lift up the people to see the bright future for the people envision. As a people, the journey has not been easy, but we persevere. Together, let's continue down the path to be a strong, independent, prosperous nation. As family, let's take positive steps together for our vision. Remember, we have the strength like the mountain goat to overcome obstacles. May we journey together in a good way for Chiam and for Tomayuk. Kwasai."
Welcome and thank you again for joining us for this session of our innovation series. And I'm so pleased that we have joining us tonight University Siam, Patty, Victor, and Chief Andrew. And thank you so much to you both. I know that there has been a lot happening in your community and want to just check in first to see how you are doing and the land that surrounds you, as we've experienced so much flooding and other significant weather impact. So how are the two of you tonight?
Well, Ace, well, Rebecca, it's so good to see you. It is a little wet out here. There's still lots of mudslides and lots of things happening here, but our family and community is safe and dry, reaching out to other communities that are not as fortunate, and just walking together in a good way.
Great. Thank you. I'm grateful for your time with us tonight and for the insights that you've shared on the importance of the interconnectedness with the land and how we should be growing in our listening and our collaboration. And we want to have time tonight to have further dialogue with those that are joining us from all over the globe, where it's morning and afternoon, and as we are here in the evening. And so I just want to invite the viewers, if you haven't already, please start typing your questions in the box and it will pop up for us here to engage with. And to get us started tonight, we have a question about some of the protocols that we can be following to invite Indigenous leaders to our classes, our events, just wanting to find out more how we can grow in engaging and having more voices in our education environment. So maybe, Patty, you could just give us some encouragement and some suggestions for how to grow in invitation.
Well, I know that there's always a need and a desire for Indigenous people, knowledge keepers, leaders to come into the classrooms. But my thinking of this and the way that we are as Stalo people as well is that those invitations need to come out of a relationship. And so it's not that you're just asking somebody to come to your classroom and then you never talk to them again until next year when you want them to come again, but actually building a good relationship, not only with just one person, but with the community. And a lot of times the biggest barrier for that is the time commitment involved in developing relationship. But in order for it to be a long-lasting and sustainable relationship, we need to begin by getting to know one another and talking with each other, and not just inviting somebody to come because you want the knowledge that they have. And so that's why I encourage other professors, that's why I encourage our students as they're moving forward in this journey with churches and other organizations that want to walk with Indigenous people. It takes a commitment and not just when you want something.
Thank you. Appreciate those words of wisdom. And we appreciate the examples that you gave in your talk of different ways that you've seen positive engagement here, some of the local examples that you gave. And we recognize that it's important globally for us to be working on building bridges between Indigenous communities wherever it is that we find ourselves, and that it's not just the Canadian government that's addressing some of these issues, but as you mentioned, the UN has been acknowledging this, and there's continued work that needs to be done. And so a question has come in from Mbenzi saying, just looking beyond our own government here in Canada, what do you think the UN needs to do to create more awareness to the plight of Indigenous communities around the world?
Well, thank you for that question. It's a difficult one because things happening in the local context isn't the same in every location. So the relationship really does need to be localized, regionalized, in order to begin to understand how to bridge the gaps. Because so often the relationship, whether that's through governments or other institutions, it's come meet us where we're at and meet our need. And so for Indigenous leaders, that's the context that we get invited into. And so it really the door needs to be opened in a different way of how do we bridge the relationships, not to come meet us, but how do we even begin to start asking the question of how do we even meet halfway together? And so I think it more needs to focus on how to develop those relationships. Because what's happening in Indigenous communities, not just in Canada, but around the world, are so dynamic. And so the constant changes in society has different pressures on what's being revealed in all of those different relationships. And so what does need to be the priority to have transformative change in relationships and transformative change in community?
Chief Andrew, I'll follow up with a question for you specifically as we are in the midst of this conference today on leading innovation. And so would appreciate hearing from you what your role is as you are an Indigenous chief and have opportunity in your community to lead innovation. How does that play out and what does that look like for you?
Well, it's a quite interesting dynamic. Unfortunately, at the moment, our processes for our Indigenous governance is based upon Canadian federal legislation. And so the Indian Act that is very old is still what governs how I get elected as chief. And so the dynamics of the Indigenous governance, there are a lot of external things that are imposed to guide governance. But then there's also what we have rising from our own culture. And so the aspects of governance and the role that I have as an elected chief for our community, sitting at so many different tables, from conversations with the federal government, conversations with provincial governments, even local municipal governments, but also with our relatives, other Indigenous governments. And so there's a lot of different dynamics as to all the different things that we're engaged on. And so the work of innovation for our community, we're still focused on trauma and how to rise with resiliency and healing to address historical and contemporary trauma. But also our innovation is focused on our jurisdiction, not what was gifted by the federal government, but what arises from our own culture and the teachings that we have and how we live out and make those decisions. What does it look like for our own economy? What does it look like? And so we're reframing in society what governance and flourishing looks like for our own people. And so those are the things that we are wrestling with and trying to find a balance for, is how do we lift up the condition of the people? So how do we address the historical trauma, the contemporary trauma, the intergenerational trauma, and reform those stories to become stories of healing, not just for ourselves, but for our ancestors, but also for future generations. And what does it look like making decisions, not just for ourselves, but for 100 years from now? So what does it look like for future generations through the decisions that we're making now? That we have immediate needs, but also what does it look like to address those future needs?
Thank you. I was struck by the reference to how the decisions being made are impacting 7 generations, and that's quite significant to think about that. And also, Patty, in your comments, you referenced how it's often the issues where there's confrontation, that there's public awareness, but I know that there are examples where there are glimmers of hope in some positive collaboration and conversations. Chief Andrew, are there any that come to mind? Maybe they're very small, but they're at least examples of ways that we can learn and grow in how we are honoring and showing respect and listening in a way that's collaborative and leads to innovation.
Well, there are different examples. I think, like for myself, sitting at the table as chief and looking back at previous chiefs that have done a lot of work to get us to where we're at. it took a lot of innovation to create space, to not just be sitting on the floor at the side waiting for the crumbs, but creating space that we do have jurisdiction, creating space that we do have authority to make decisions, and asserting that jurisdiction in a manner that elevates where we're at today. Because it was based upon the work that previous leaders have done that created what I'm gifted with in this generation in being chief. And so seeing the work that's happening around truth and reconciliation and Indian residential schools, like the apology from the Prime Minister of Canada, and going through all of those different steps, that those steps created space for what happened at Kamloops and the revealing of 215 young ones in unmarked graves, and further revealing at other Indian residential schools in Canada. And so creating space today where there's an opportunity of this generation to not just to acknowledge, but how do we figure out to move forward in a good way? Like the innovation of relationship has really changed. That years ago, just 2 decades ago, it wouldn't have been the same. The responses in society would have been much different. And going back even to when I was in school, Mom talked about the Oka crisis, that there was those confrontations that happened, but still, unfortunately, the very issues that were raised about the burial grounds and the ancestral rights of their territory, those are still unresolved. And so there's still a flux of which way are we going to go in how we're dealing with things, and really needing this generation to rise up with a voice of what technology brings, to bring awareness, to bring a holistic approach to how do we need to respond today, not just to look at the past, but look at what we're going to give to future generations of a transformative relationship.
Thank you, Chief Andrew. And we have time for one more question, and maybe I'll pose this one to you, Patty, and that's for the non-Indigenous audience members. If we have a hard time identifying with what Indigenous people are going through, the question is, what advice do you have for us? Where should we begin?
Well, it always begins with conversation. It always begins with truth telling, and having ears to hear, not just to hear to respond, but hear to understand. And as we begin to understand one another, then good relationships happen. And like I said earlier, that it's going to take time to get there. But with technology, with lots of good resources out there, we can begin to learn about one another, and then begin to walk together in a good way. I think with the changes and the resources available, has changed the education system in a good way. And as we continue to do that, making ourselves available to the good resources out there, we'll begin to have some understanding and a desire to be who we are called to be, and to do what we're called to do, and do that in a good way, with a good heart and a good mind.
Thank you so much, both of you, for joining us tonight. So University Siam, Patty Victor, Chief Andrew, it's been a privilege to have you with us, and we are so grateful for spurring us on to continue to grow as listeners and learners, as we seek to honor and innovate and stay connected to the land where we live. And so we wish you well in your community, and we are going to wrap up now with our host, Sushil, signing off for the communities around the world that have joined us. So we will say goodbye to you both and say hello again to Sushil to wrap us up for this edition.
Our thanks to Patricia Victor and Chief Andrew Victor and Rebecca Swaim for that inspiring discussion. We hope these conversations continue to guide and inspire leadership that is service-driven as we come together to collaborate and identify critical needs to regions and mitigate and manage the crisis that looms over our future. As we as leaders apply the courage to share our stories with people around us, we indirectly inspire them and build deep connections and gain new insights that propel us to innovate forward together. This was truly an eye-opener and a timely reminder of why we need to collaborate and listen and adapt our innovative solutions to address specific needs of the regions, thereby addressing the well-being of those in need through education, cross-cultural development, and inclusion. As stewards of people and places, we will need to see ourselves as facilitators of integrative spaces, such as our innovative series, where we learn to collaborate and merge core values together and enhance our decision-making skills and lead in authentic and truthful ways. We invite you to keep us informed on pressing regional needs and deriving local solutions for global problems. We hope this session has shed further light as to what the notion of innovation really is. As you aim to build deeper connections with people around our communities, we are confident that your team dynamics will start to get stronger through effective conflict management, which is a natural and healthy byproduct of working interdepartmentally. We invite you all to join the next installment, which will fall on December 2nd. Our speaker is Dr. Mary Ashen, Canadian educator, author, and principal of Ghana International School in Accra, Ghana, who will be speaking on the topic, using innovation in education to develop confidence among children in an uncertain world. Registrations are now open for the conference. We hope to see you there. It's been a privilege to host you once again for this session. Please stay on this webinar as part of our ongoing TWU SMC conference. And next will be our valedictory address by Dr. Laird. You don't want to miss this, as it sums up the conversations and takeaways from the entire conference on leading innovation, and I am sure you will be inspired by it. We also appreciate it if you could take the time to fill in the poll at the end of the conference. Stay tuned to our YouTube channel for promos and upcoming talks, and please subscribe to the channel. Signing off for the episode 4 of season 2, this is Sushil Rajaratnam. Good evening and good night.
Thank you, Sushil. It's always inspiring to attend the innovation series at TWU. These sessions, of course, happen every second Thursday. Watch your email for invitations for future installments. Well, it has been a great morning or evening, depending on where you are in the world. It's now time to formally conclude our conference. A valedictory address on the future of global collaborations will be presented by Dr. Philip Laird, Vice President of Innovation, Global and Academic Partnerships at TWU. Dr. Laird has been a central figure in the relationship between TWU and Stella Maris and leads the global education initiatives at TWU. He's traveled extensively in China, India, Southeast Asia, and Africa for 20 years, developing relationships with university, businesses, and governments around the world.
It's great to be with you all again this evening, and a great privilege to provide the valedictory comments to conclude the 6th annual Trinity Western University Stella Maris College Leadership Conference on the topic, Leading Innovation, Economy, Education, and Environmental Stewardship. I want to first thank my colleagues and friends from Stella Maris College for their support and work in putting this conference on. Dr. Sister Rosie Joseph, who is a source of strength and resilience in her leadership of Stella Maris College, and for her team of dedicated staff and faculty, including Sister Susan, Dr. Sasita, Dr. Trinity, Dr. Thomas, and our longtime friend and collaborator on this conference, Dr. Rajaratnam. I would like to also express my sincere congratulations to Stella Maris College on their 75th Jubilee. I look forward to visiting with you in Chennai sometime during this Jubilee year. A special thank goes to Dr. Patnaik for his inspiring talk about how leadership choices impact economic development of people and places within our societies. Thank you also to my colleagues from Trinity Western University, our president, Dr. Husbands, for his talk on the future of the student-focused university, to Dr. Mbenzi, Scott Macklin, and Dr. Pretorius for joining us from South Africa. A special thanks goes to Patricia Victor, Chief Andrew Victor, and Rebecca Swaim for an inspiring innovation series talking about environmental stewardship in an age of innovation, and for providing a deeper understanding of how the Indigenous people of Canada understand the environment at an emotional and spiritual level. I want to thank you for our support team, give thanks to our support team, Jeff Snyder, Jordan Burgess, Greg Strom, Faye Chow, Jeff Fang, and our strategist, Sushil Rajaratnam. I would especially like to thank our student speakers, Mackenzie, Alexa, Alea, and Manasvini, who contributed your thoughts as the next generation of leaders. And I couldn't conclude without thanking our host, who is truly a bridge between Canada and India, my friend and colleague, Jonathan Michael. I have lived through almost 20 years of the evolution of an area at Trinity Western University called TWU Global. Through TWU Global, we have developed the Richmond campus, as well as international centers around the world. TWU Global has always existed in two realities simultaneously. In one reality, we carry on the work that we have always done, scheduling classes, advising students, creating new curriculum, teaching, recruiting. The regularized activities that go with being an academic division within a university. In the other reality, we are building FAR centers, creating innovative certificates, experimenting with hybrid and online classes, developing an innovation series online for people around the world, and building new global partnerships. To work in Trinity Western University Global is clearly to have one eye on the present and the other firmly fixed on the future. But more than anything we do is to instill hope in people. And beyond that, we take the extra step of putting hope into practice by providing tangible opportunities to people from all around the world. Hope is at the center of leadership. For people will only follow those who can show them that a brighter future exists that they can step into together. On the one hand, hope motivates people to do all kinds of things, to build hospitals, create schools, to march for democracy, protect the environment, to challenge climate change, to care for a child that is not your own child, to investigate cures for cancer, AIDS, and COVID-19. On the other hand, hope sometimes incapacitates people through the fear at the prospect that acting on hope in a brighter future might entail hard work, personal sacrifice, or failure. Hope breaks down into mere wishful thinking in the absence of a commitment to hard work and perseverance. As our conference theme is on leading innovation, please remember that leading innovation is about hard work, dedication, and sacrifice. I work with students and staff all the time who come up with great ideas, but don't have the work ethic or commitment to bring those ideas to reality. In the Old Testament of the Bible, there's a conversation or a story about two water crossings by the people of Israel that clearly show the difference between wish and hope. These two crossings illustrate in real terms how escaping from discomfort is not the same thing as finding meaning and purpose. Of course, we're all familiar, most of us, with the story of Moses and the Israelite people coming out of slavery in Egypt and crossing the Red Sea. But most people are not so familiar with the second crossing. In the first crossing, the people of Israel cry out to God because they're in slavery. They leave Egypt and their bondage, and they believe their work is done because they've escaped what was difficult in their lives. But unfortunately, the promise, the hope, was only partially fulfilled. You see, God did not call his people to leave slavery. He called them to be a great nation in the land he had promised to them generations before. The hope of a land God had promised, well, that would take work, commitment, and a non-slave-like way of thinking. The unwillingness of the people at that time to take the necessary steps toward that promise led to 40 years of wandering in the desert. It is not until the second crossing that hope is fulfilled. And I think the second crossing tells us a little bit about what we might have to go through as we all emerge from COVID-19 in the foreseeable future. The people left the desert. They set out their tents to cross the river Jordan opposite the city of Jericho. And they had to do that in order to reach their full purpose. You see, a lot had changed over 40 years in the desert. But the most important change was the commitment the people had made to pursue hope and what had been promised to them, and to relentlessly take the steps forward to accomplish that hope. Many of you have heard the phrase, faith without works is dead. Well, I believe hope without action is deadly. Hope brings people together, strengthens their resolve to accomplish great things together. True leadership, truly leading innovation, must instill hope in people. Only then will people be prepared to put aside what is comfortable to strive for a brighter future. I recently came across the following article that talks about how Steve Jobs used hope. He's arguably the most important innovator of our time. And he saw hope as the most important thing that separates those who are successful from those who are not. Steve Jobs had extremely high expectations. He challenged himself and the people around him to work smarter, work longer, work harder, so that they could accomplish great things together. Jobs believed in the power of asking people to do more. He believed the future was something we can all make our mark upon. And maybe most important, Steve Jobs believed in the fundamental power of hope itself, and in using that power to motivate and inspire. As Steve Jobs said, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something, your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever. This approach has never let me down, and it has made all the difference in my life. One of the biggest reasons most of us don't set up to achieve huge goals in our life is that we think we first have to develop a comprehensively detailed grand plan where every step is charted, every milestone identified, where success is predetermined. And because we don't have that kind of plan, because creating that kind of plan is basically impossible, we hesitate. We need to see an end before we see a beginning. And so many of us never start. Jobs knew that plans are never perfect. Only in hindsight can they appear that way. Here's what really happens. People who innovate, create, and eventually find success. They try things. They try lots of things. They succeed at some, they fail at others. They learn from those successes and failures. And along the way, they seize and at times even create their own opportunities to advance themselves. And to choose to be a leader of people, one who even aspires to establish a brighter future for humanity coming out of this pandemic, well, that is either insane or heroic. The pandemic has gripped our families, communities, and our consciousness. And this obstacle has heightened people's insecurities, vulnerabilities, and fears. It has made everyone more sensitive to alternative perspectives, more fearful of change, and more limited in their thinking, and it has shattered hope around the world. What does it mean to lead innovation in the 21st century if it is not in the face of this challenge, or if it is not to face the challenge of this pandemic, to face the challenge of climate change, to face the challenge of world hunger, poverty, human trafficking, and the resultant impact on people's lives with confidence, assurance, faith, and hope. This is the opportunity we have in a world increasingly divided by medical and scientific knowledge. The opportunity to stand out as something greater, something more. Are we contributing to the conversation by showing that human beings are not just bodies to be counted, cases to be cataloged, viruses to be recorded that we see on the news every night? You see, the goal of life is not simply avoiding death, although that's probably a good thing to do. Wellness is not the absence of illness. Wellness comes in living out our full potential, leading and instilling hope in the lives of others, and choosing to be living examples of what it means to live well between each other. Patricia Victor, our university CM, who you all met tonight, always tells me that we need to learn to walk well together. You see, the difference between illness and wellness for people, societies, economies, and the environment is the same. Where illness starts with I, wellness starts with we. Today, we have looked at the topic of leading innovation. We have heard today about the student-focused university, the virtuous and equitable economy, the environmentally responsible society, the empowering of people using a morphogenetic approach towards equity, inclusion, and responsibility, and governance systems to build advocacy and unite people. We have learned about the type of world we want to lead within and have had discussions about how to create that type of world. As you leave this conference and embark on a future that is hopefully different as a result of your learning and experience today, remember that the people around you are your greatest source of friendship, inspiration, love, and hope. Take on challenges and look for opportunities to grow and develop with those around you. Serve God and others, and seek a just and fair world where the poor, disadvantaged, and impoverished have a place alongside the strong and the powerful. Seek truth, faith, hope, and love, and choose to walk well together. God bless each one of you. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Dr. Laird, for your engaging and inspiring valedictory presentation. I'd now like to invite Dr. Dolly Thomas, head of the Department of History at Stella Maris College, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Professor Jonathan Michael. In the words of John F. Kennedy, as we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. As the 6th International Conference on Leadership draws to a close, it is befitting that we express our gratitude to the many people who contributed towards making it an intellectually stimulating and enriching experience. Let me begin by thanking Professor Prabhat Patnaik for an enlightening and thought-provoking inaugural address on a subject of great relevance. The evolution of economic rights as fundamental rights in India is the way forward for us as a nation. The right to food, free and quality education and healthcare, old age pensions and disability benefits are key to making democracy meaningful for the large majority in India. I'm privileged to extend my thanks to Dr. Mark Husbands for an insightful and engaging keynote address. Indeed, it is innovation, the agility to ride the technological tsunamis, the prevalence of a student-focused orientation that offers students a compelling and true vision of human calling that determines the impact
and relevance of educational institutions across the globe. I'm so delighted to thank Dr. Philip Laird, a very special friend of Stella Maris, for his vision in collaborations and his leadership in innovating sustainable and robust programs through his amazing partnership management at Stella Maris College. We are ever grateful to him for his strategic management of leadership dissemination through exciting conferences and the MA Leadership course. A big thank you, Dr. Laird, for a stimulating valedictory address, for moderating the Student Speak session, and for being a guiding force behind the planning and organization of this conference. I also take the opportunity to thank Dr. Patricia Victor, Dr. Dion Pretorius, and Dr. Imbenzi George for their erudite and engrossing presentations on diverse issues and matters of great significance related to leadership that enables morphogenetic development and innovation. I thank Dr. Scott Macklin and Rebecca Swaim for moderating the insightful conversations. Cultivating talents for tomorrow, creating a broad knowledge base in policy making and environmental stewardship are the watchwords for the future. As always, the highlight of the International Conference on Leadership has been the Student Speak session, and I take the opportunity to congratulate the 4 student speakers, Mackenzie Laird, Alexa Peters, Alia Fatima Sherif, and Manaswini Kannan for their excellent paper presentations. All of them expressed their views with a lot of clarity and conviction, and listening to these young voices gives one the assurance that the world is in good hands. Sister Susan Matekel and Dr. Sister Rosie Joseph, thank you for your prayers and blessings. That is what sustains us and motivates us to always put service before self. A word of appreciation for Professor Jonathan Michael for being a brilliant and riveting host as always. You were instrumental in ensuring the smooth flow of the conference. Thank you very much for that. I would also like to thank Mr. Sushil Rajaratnam for offering the strategic planning for the innovation series and the entire team from Trinity Western University who were part of the planning, coordination, and execution of this conference. I would be failing in my duty if I did not thank Dr. Renuka Rajaratnam for all the energy and vigor that she brings into our international collaborations and programs. Thank you, Dr. Renuka Rajaratnam. I also take the opportunity to thank the members of the management at Stella Maris, vice principals, the heads of departments, the student deans, and particularly the conference organizing team, departments of history, sociology, and public relations, offices of the PRO, research, and IT, who were closely involved in the conduct of this conference. Lastly, but definitely not the least, for the wonderful student audience from Trinity Western University, Stella Maris and other colleges in Chennai, and the institutions from Africa. Thank you for being part of the 6th Annual Conference on Leadership. I hope the empowering global conversations that you heard today will inspire and uplift you and take you forward on your leadership journey. I conclude with the words of Harold McClendon. Do not follow where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. It's now my time to formally close this 6th Annual Leadership Conference, Leading Innovation, Economy, Education, and Environmental Stewardship, co-hosted by Trinity Western University in Canada and Stella Maris College in India. We've heard many ideas and concepts regarding what the future might look like after this pandemic is over. As much as there are challenges, it's important to remember that there are many opportunities. As we conclude, we'd like to again congratulate Stella Maris College on their 75th Jubilee celebrations happening throughout the year. This is Jonathan Michael, your host. It's been my privilege to serve you this evening. God bless you all. Good afternoon and good night, wherever you are.